was just like a giant hunk of Jesus Christ.
Hello. Hi. Hi, Inya. Hi, Sunny. Happy Friday. I've been playing the heck out of Heartopia. We're poor, Mashi. Arctic? Why are you poor? Did you buy too many things? We're all broke. Heartopia made us poor. What do you mean? Did you spend money? Did you spend money? Where's my house? This is not my house. I haven't remade my house. Oh yeah, my next plot is my next plot is 40K. Yeah, I have almost 9 plots. Wait, let me see. How many do I have? Oh look, the tree's right on my plot. That's good. That's nice. Broketopia. So true. I have no energy. Okay, what was I seeing? I was checking if... Oh, another Black Cosmo or Pansy. Yay! I love it. It looks blue though, doesn't it? Doesn't it look blue? This is supposedly a black pansy. My next plot is 40K and then I'll have 9. I gotta save. I gotta save my money. But I totally am not gonna just go straight to the shop and see what I can buy for clothes and furniture. I need tomato sauce. Ooh, yum. I'm not buying anything, waiting for this plot to make me poor. I want to make... Actually, I'm gonna go see where... Albert? Where's Albert? Ooh, ooh. Mine. Perfect. Wonderful. Ah, she's got an axe. I'm gonna hackety hack. Don't talk back. I'll hackety hack. And then smackety smack. Guys, it's so freaking cold. I've been so cold. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been so cold. Look at this cutie. Oh, and this I have 2 Siamese in my shop, but no black cat. And a black dog. I hate this game. I hate this game. Please, just give me the black cat. It's freezing. It's like negative 30 centimeters. So there's that. Gee. The centimeters? Why did I say centimeters? Celsius. Oh my god. Oh my freaking. It's 20. It's negative 30 centimeters. Stop. Stop it. No, Celsius. It's really funny. Hi. Whoa, that's a look. That's definitely a look. Hello. 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 Zilla, come back. We got the 2-person emote. Zilla. I can't. That's really cute. That's really cute. Okay, Arctic. Fishing? Hell yeah, brother. We missed out on 1 reaction or interaction. Hi. Oh, I didn't hear nothing. Please, why are you holding the axe?
What? Sonny? Excuse me?
Pumpkin is getting tattooed.
She said to my channel, what?
What? Rude. Maybe it was a surprise and I ruined it. Lol. No. You're probably fine. Okay. Okay. The camera keeps flying around. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's more milk. More milk. Oh. Oh. to buy this. I have no stars though. What? I'm broke on stars. Square-toed ballet shoes. Oh, these are kind of cute. I have all the bows. Chocolate milk. Chocolate milk. Wait, what do I have that's stars? I already bought the leaf. What? I don't want these. I'm 1 star short. Oh, there's a purple one? I didn't even know there was a purple one. It's been a while. Hi, Joker. Cute outfit. Thanks. How do I get more stars? Oh, doing quests. Okay, we gotta do quests for the pink sweater. I also have a gift from an animal over here. I have to turn on my heater. Oh my gosh, I'm freezing. I'm so cold. Sorry if you hear my heater. Wait, did I turn it on? Fan? Ouch! I shocked myself. I could have died. I could have died and you all would not know what happened. Hi, JJ. Shout out for JJ. Please don't die. I won't. I won't die. 'Cause you said so. I've got a Red Bull. Quack, quack. Please don't die. That is not healthy. Not healthy? Joker, can you please give JG a shout out? If you're able. Thank you so much.
What? I was right next to it. Why? There wasn't even a scold option. What was that?
Okay, I have enough. I have to switch to my.
Huh? I'm so sorry, Bert.
Okay, so I've got.
I'm so sorry. Why?
I've got these.
I don't want.
I've got this. I've got. I don't really have any pink shoes. These strawberry ones are cute. But this matches. What else did I get? Pink. Oh, I got this. It looks like a pie. Oh, I got these. But it's not really snowy outside, so I don't really need to wear my snowy attire. Okay, now I can go buy my sweater. My sweater. Or this one. This one? Or this one? Probably this one, right? I really don't know. I kind of like that one. Because it matches my shoes. Woo! Hi, Happy! I could be a fisherwoman! Okay, okay, we're losing focus. Focus! Focus! This one or this one? I saw someone make a Dark Academia house in this. Oh, cute! I like the tank tops. The tank tops. They're cute. I think I like the pink more. Which pink? They're both pink. Cold out for a tank top, it is. Hi, Mash Tomorrow. Hi, Shark. Shark. One is Peach Bro. Peach, the more pink. So like the hot pink. It's going good. I gotta take off my... Oh guys, hold on, let me save this outfit. Let me save this as a preset. New preset. Winter. Pink winter. Winder. Pink winder. Okay, so we got this. Where are my other presets? This Pink Pinter. Oh god, I don't know colors anymore. Splinter. Look it! I made a Fallout outfit! Isn't it cute? It's supposed to be a 3. Hi Shark, I said I couldn't hang out in streams last night. You're a Vault Boy. I am! I am a Vault Boy. It's fine, you can't see it from your hair. Yeah. Beard. Beard. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. That's actually kind of cute. No. was gonna draw a Pip-Boy on my arm, but I don't know how to draw a Pip-Boy on my arm. We go from this to this. You can draw on it? Yeah, you can draw on it. Like on the clothes. Draw a dog bone. Draw a radio. Draw a radio and a dog bone. On my arm? Time to draw a radio by memory. Oh, my shit's almost broken. Oh, I should have saved this for my friends. Wow, as soon as I switch. Snowball! Does that hurt the tree? No. The tree has very high speed regenerative powers. We gotta take a picture in the fishing village. Apparently I unlocked book reading, gonna start writing hot fanfics 18 plus. Be careful because people can report your work. They can report you. Okay, gotta go lurk. Okay. Oh, look what I got last night. No, not that. I got this last night. I gotta take out my fishing pole. I'm in the fishing village, not the axe village. Fishing. I can level up to GG22. True art is always reported. The risks we gotta take. Look at my hat is poking out. 3 bamboo. 6 bamboo. 9 bamboo. Look at the panda. I gotta find his trough. Submit workbench to Cassie. I have to submit a workbench to her? I don't have a workbench. Ah, a hedge? That's all I get? Bruh. That's all I get. There's a material that I really want. Oh, new mailbox. Thank you for the head pad. Did it work? Did my head pad go off? Hedge pad not working. Hedge pad not working. Wait, let me get the hedge pad. Thanks. Okay. Let's go find the... Where is the trough? Banette. Oh, it's right in front of my freaking face. SMH. I just hit a bird and another bird. We want to track the deer. The deer. Apple. Mushroom. Where is my house? I need my house. God damn it. I want to build a cafe. I don't think I have enough furniture to build a whole cafe. Arctic, is this you? Yeah. My pineapple's done. Put your axe away. It's Blorfus coming to say hello. Where's Blorfus? Where'd he go? Okay, well I guess Blorfus is nowhere to be found, even though I just saw him. We want more seeds. More wheat. We'll better start this fishing event soon, or Heartopia is about to go in flames. Go up in flames. Crazy. Blorfus, I'm sorry you're hungry. I got you, babies. Perfect. Energy. Zilla, did you finally get a car? Oh, he AFK. AFK. We're neighbors. Look, it's us. Look at how cute we are. Aren't we cute, guys? I need to pay someone to draw me in Heartopia so I can make it my background. Oh, I need to make a workbench for Cassie. Workbench. 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 Ah, yes. All you have to do is hammer the desk, the table. Okay, I'm coming, Cassie. Let me take the bus. Where's Cassie? Here? I'm so eepy. That's why I had a Red Bull. At 2 of the big cans this morning. Holy. So what you're feeling is probably the crash of the Red Bulls. What the heck was that noise? I swear I heard a weird noise. I needed to be up early. Now the crash was hours ago. At this point. Guys, I might just get a Siamese cat. What was... What? Sunny, hydrate. I wonder if this... You think a day-old water bottle that was covered is good water? Hey. Hey. No? Yes? I'm gonna try the water. I'm gonna try the day-old water, okay? Ah. That's water. That's definitely water. Is it nerve-wracking or wrecking? Nerve-wracking, right? Nerve-wracking. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I'm here. And just like that, Mashi never came back. It has been 4 years and feels like 20 seconds. But feels like 20 seconds, huh? What? Oh, 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 I should grow more, I should grow more flowers. I need to grow more flowers. Can someone warm my feet up? They're kind of freezing. Albert. I don't want to sell any of my... No, I want to feed these to the otters, the sea otters. Okay, I was gonna go pick my flowers. I'm gonna go pick my flowers. Hell yeah. I'm collecting so many stuff. So many things. So many stuff. I cannot talk tonight, can I? So I was doing adult tax stuff. Oh, it's okay, Zilla. I need to do that still. How's your mom? How's Mama Zilla? Home and resting. Okay, that's good. There was something I really wanted. There's not those. Why are you crying? Did you? Your closet is closed. That's why you're crying. What, honey? No. Why? Didn't I brush him? Pet Gigi for me. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'm giving him lots of pets and I'm gonna brush him. Gigi. Oh, yes. This feels good. Did that feel good? Mwah. Kitty. I love my kitty. Yeah, we both heard you, cat. My cat got up asking who the fuck that was. It's Gigi. Ah, ah, ah. I don't like how the camera moves when I... Ah, 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 ah. I'm so upset. Why? My cake! I know. I need to disable it. Hello, Mako. Gonna have to fight Bill if this fishing event doesn't start soon. Hi. No. I can't. Not until 3,000. Who is it? Garomi. Hi, Garomi. How are you? How is Animal Crossing? Did you decorate your hotel rooms? Bad Peter Griffin voice. Holy crap. Mashi. Get slimed. Mushroom cryptid. I love mushrooms. Don't mind me. I just finished eating, so gotta wash. Mostly did custom designs and got autism. You can do custom designs in here. I made this outfit. Hold on. I made, no, hold on. No, wait. No, hold on. I made this outfit. But you could do way more. You could do like t-shirts, tank tops, skirts, shorts, hats. You could even like do the furniture. Yeah. It's very cute. Very, very cute. Thank you for the raid. Hello, I'm Mashi. We're playing Heartopia. The fact that you could do bottoms kills me. Yeah. Yeah. So I made a Fallout outfit because I've been obsessed with Fallout, the Fallout show lately. But I've got this one, this one. This is my favorite. I've got this one. But I am feeling this one. And this is my doggy, Blorfus. You could train him. We'll train him to give paw. He has a binky in his mouth because he's a baby. No, Blorfus, that's incorrect. The little hat, I know. It's a watermelon bonnet. So cute. A good boy. Little Bab. If you need to raid and run and get rest, please do so. Cutely steals pup. No, it's mine. He's my... I think Blorfus is actually a girl. I keep calling Blorfus a boy. I'm sorry, Blorfus. You could also go out. Go out. You could stroll. This is my favorite part. Are you ready? You could go with him. You could ride her around. I gotta go because I'm doing my job. Pet sitting a dog. That's so cute, OMG. Yeah, okay. Pet sit the dog. So I need to attend to that. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Whee! Bye-bye. Whee! This is my house that I built. And that's a Minecraft chicken next to me. Blorfus. This is my car. I need to go get mushrooms. We need all the truffle mushrooms to build our empire. I also need ore. What? Blorfus, go home, Blorfus, go home. Oh my gosh. He followed me so far out. She's like, but I love you. I know. So sad. So the main way to get money in this game is cooking truffle pasta. So I'm gonna go grab some truffles. We're flying. Where's the truffles? There's one. Truffles, truffles, truffles. I'm probably gonna switch my game at some point because I've done all my dailies. There's not really much you can do unless you wanna keep upgrading your hobbies, which I could do that at any time. The main thing is upgrading this developers guild level, which I already upgraded today, and it's gonna take 2 days to upgrade it again probably. Dude, man. Joe VT. Oh, VT! Hello! Thank you for the follow. How are you? Thank you for the follow, Mushroom Cryptid. We can love mushrooms together. Should be about 15 to 25 minutes until... What? What are you... Why is it taking so long? Oh, you came from the Nui raid? Thank you. Welcome in. I appreciate you following. You can call me Mashi. I'm a golden retriever puppy girl VTuber. I do a variety of games, but my favorite games are cozy games and horror, which I haven't played many horror games recently. I haven't really played much of a variety either. I've only been playing Heartopia. My bad. I'm gonna play a different game though soon. I'm gonna play what the heck? Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. I wanted a picture. Baneri. I've been waiting for so long for this event. I need fish. You need fish. We need fish. Oh, I was gonna buy some flowers. Details. I haven't got the purple one. How do you get the purple one? Guys, how do you get the purple? It's probably red and black. Take a sip of my Red Bull. Guys, I got too many snacks. I got like a family party pack. No, it's a party pack. I got a party pack of Hot Cheetos. I got Hot Pockets. I got taquitos. I got like these chicken patties, these spicy chicken patties. Dill pickle French fries. What flavor Red Bull? This one is the vanilla berry, the iced vanilla berry. The light blue can. You be snacking. I do be snacking. Are you eating? Hot insert item here and lie? Yes. I'm eating hot Cheeto and I'm lying. All the time. Yeah, exactly. Who's all in here with me? She is very bi. I love women. I'm actually not straight, I'm just hetero curious, you know? Sorry, that made me laugh way too much. Hetero curious is wild. That's really funny. Well, I guess I should keep planting flowers so I can get my sun glow flower and my purple flower. Beautiful. Oh my god. Okay. Can you guys water my flowers for me, please? It's a gay heart. I love. We want to go to Blanc. Once again, my camera having a mind of its own. Me and Zilla are both camping out at the fishing event area. Oh yeah? Oh, so you can't water my flowers. Hi Boo, how are you? Poppy seed. Two. Grow all the flowers. Every single one of them. Oh yeah, there was a meteor event last night at like 11:30. I got these cute star decorations. Got these. The purple ones. I missed it. Yeah, you did. It was at such a weird time. I'm sorry. I should have messaged you guys and been like, hey, there's a meteor event. I will next time, I promise. Moosh. Moosh. It's Moosh. Welcome back also. Keely steals Blorfus again. My Blorfus. Oh, wait. Mako, you're Doris? Wait. I ate so much, I feel like I'm gonna explode. Explodes cutely. Yeah, maybe your ass is gonna explode. I don't know why I said that, I'm sorry. need to be watered. If you want to water them, that would be lovely. Thanks, Ella. Hold on, I have 2 more to plant. I don't know, I'll just put those there, I guess. I still haven't been able to catch my purple emperor butterfly. Well, I've caught one, but not the one that I need. Purple emperor butterfly. It said they're in the... Oh, is this the time that they're gonna be at? In the flower field. What time is it now? 19? We want to delete this one. And then we want to import a new green pot edge. And that saves all our stuff. I wanted to actually edit this. No! We want a roof. What color roof though? We want... Actually, I kind of wanted to do like a short wall. And then we'll do like a... We'll do like, what color do I want? Do I want like a brick, like a stone? Oops. No. Stop that. Okay, and then what color should I make the roof? Let's make this, no, this is gonna be the ceiling. We want the ceiling to be like green. And then I want this. And then I'll take this. No, I don't like that. I don't know what color to make the roof. Let's recolor that. No, that's like... Oh, that's kind of cute. Maybe I make the ceiling like this. Wood? A light wood? I don't like that. I don't like that. How do I make it just like... No. Green? Green? What color do I want the walls? I don't want this. I don't want this, or this, or this, or this. Oops. What color should I make the walls? I kind of want it to just be like white. Building houses in this game is so satisfying. It is. Maybe we should have... Maybe we... I still don't like that. Ah! I'm so picky. I don't know, and then should I have like... And then should I have like... Well, now it like overrode my... Oh, did it override it? Oh, it did. Damn. Damn it. Bro, it's 1:40. The game fish event starts at 1:40. Oh my gosh. Have patience. I think it's like an hour behind you. Or you're an hour behind it. You know you can start a fishing event, right? You don't need to wait. You don't need to wait. You could just start the event. Oh, 8K. It's just a box. It's just a box. There's no... It's too flat. I need some, like... It's pumpkin! The only... Peas was in the... and then... I don't know. I just showed up because I was live. I don't know. How was your tattoo? Yeah. What the? Oh, our conversation will still be there. Oh my god, you actually... I like the text. What? That looks so good. You did great. Shade! Oh, okay. Sorry, you were muted. Magnificent Jinx, welcome. Thank you for following. Pumpkin got a new tattoo.
My brain is on fire. Where the fuck is Heartopia on my fucking monitor? I'm gonna lose my mind. There you are.
Guys, this house is a work in progress. Please don't look at how flat it looks.
Do it for the plot, bitches. Do it for the plot.
Okay, so this is gonna be white.
This is gonna be so fun because on this same arm, on the back side of my arm, this is where I'm gonna put the fallen angel image, where he has his arm over his face and the tear coming out of his eye.
Oh.
Yeah, so this whole arm is kind of gonna be like dedicated to plot development.
Bruh.
But the girl said that got my tattoo done. I was talking to her about the other tattoo I wanted to get done, and
On my first day as a police officer, I couldn't figure out how to put the car in reverse. It was so embarrassing. I had to call for backup. Oh my god. Hi, Taryn.
You don't even know how to drive. Oh my god, this has been on the whole time, but hilarious. It's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
I don't care what the answer is, but I'm gonna send you a message real quick. brother. Oh my god, I'm so tired. 2 Red Bulls. Ain't it, mother?
Oh my god, you guys and your 2 Red Bulls. Shark also
I drank
had
a
2 Red
Bull on the
Bulls.
way there, and then I drank a Red Bull on the way back. I was tired and I had no food. I needed to get, I got food before the tattoo, but I needed energy. I hadn't eaten yet all day. Oh, no, I ate 2 pastries that my friend gave me. I ate 2 pastries, and then I had a Red Bull, and then I got there, and then I ate bulgogi. I ate $30 bulgogi!
Jesus.
Jesus is fucking right. I'm never going to that place again. That was a fucking rip off. I know it's beef, for fuck's sake, man. $30 for the place I wanted to go was closed, and I about cried. I'm gonna be honest. I was very upset because first off, I had to piss so bad. Like I thought I was gonna absolutely explode. I had to pee so bad because all I consumed that day was 2 water bottles and a Red Bull. I was full. I was full liquid. And then I get there, and the Korean restaurant was gone. Not gone, it's just closed, probably because of the snow. And then I get a call after I get done with the grocery store that I went to. So I ate at the grocery store, because they have a little grocery store now. I got some Asian groceries that I've wanted for a while, stuff that I can't get from here, I can only get from there. So I got my necessities. Like udon noodles, I got this big bag of dashi. I'm so excited. I can make udon for days. Udon for days. And then I also got some miso with dashi in it. And then I got this really yummy milk cracker. Milk. What the fuck is it called? It just says milk on it. Milk puff rice cracker. It's a new rice cracker that I guess is going viral on TikTok. I haven't seen it. I'm not on that side of TikTok. But at the restaurant I was at, there was 2 girls like trying out a bunch of snacks while talking on their phone with like their friend, and so they were like kind of being loud. But I looked over and I'm like, no snacks. Okay, cool. And then when I was in there, I saw them and I'm like, fine, I'll get it. And I got it's fucking delicious. I gave one to my mom, gave one to my stepdad. And then I ate it. I was like, this shit's delicious. It's like, the best thing I can compare it to is it kind of, you know Pop cereal?
Corn?
It's like a Pop cereal
Pops?
bar. You know Pop cereal, right? It's like the Corn Puffs. It's
Corn
just
Pops?
Corn Pops. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Corn Pops, but a bar. It's just a bar. Looks like a biscuit, but it's that texture and it tastes like that. And I was like, this is delicious. I love that cereal. Yeah, it sounds weird, right? It's good. I will, if it's there next time, I'll probably pick it up again. I think this might be my favorite rice cracker. And then I got a little baggie of gummies for some.
Oh.
Gummies. And then this was a big bag of crackers, so I'm probably gonna give a couple to my coworkers. Probably with Zilla, Brianna, Princess.
Did you say you messaged me?
Did I message you or did I get distracted?
You got
I
distracted.
did get distracted.
Sure. There you go.
I fucking sent my tattoo to Chippy. I like want to see what I went through the snow to get. And he's like, that's a weird inner thigh tattoo, dude. But it looks great. Girl got them chicken legs though.
Oh.
I'm like, bitch, that's my arm.
Oh my.
Oh,
Hello.
I was kidding. Thank God. I'm dying. I'm dying so hard. Oh my god. Zilla, did you see it?
Scylla?
Speak!
Oh, I'm muted, sorry. I didn't realize I muted myself.
Why do you sound funny?
What do you mean?
You sound funny.
You sound funny,
Hello.
right? You sound funny, right?
How do I
Did you
sound
change your
funny?
mic again?
No.
Did you change your settings?
No.
Did you get a new voice?
No.
Is this actually Zilla and the Skinwalker finally fucking went home?
No.
No, the Skinwalker didn't go home.
Skinwalker's still here.
I sent you a snap. You should look at it.
Hold on, I'm figuring out my mic thing. I'm figuring it out. Hold on.
I'm just so excited that it's my art.
Yeah.
Like, I got my art on me, you guys. I have my art on me. Oh, did you drag me in here?
I did. Woof woof.
Hell yeah. I saw it when you fucking first got it. You sent me a picture.
Oh, the stencil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get a picture of the tattoo because they had another person waiting, so I felt like I was in the way. So and also my mom's like, get home as soon as you're done. I'm like, okay. And the roads were basically fucking clear the whole fucking way home.
Did they not take a picture of it afterwards?
No.
That's kind of.
It's fine. I don't take it personally anymore.
Every time I get a tattoo, they always take a picture afterwards.
Yeah, the guy who did my Yowie tattoo didn't, and I thought they were because it turned out really good, but he didn't care. And the person who did my moon ones didn't do it either. Maybe if I go in for a touch up, they'll do it, but it's fine. It's okay. They don't have to like it or share it on their thing. It's fine. I don't need your satisfaction.
Oh, I'm estimated to get like 2,000 on my taxes.
Nice.
You dang! If I could get that, I'd be fucking hyped. I'd pay.
Why
off
are there
my
so
debt.
many cars in my front lawn?
It's quite neat.
Oh my god! Did my dad move into your house?
Oh, it's Arctic and Zilla. This car is empty. This car is empty. Which one's hold on. Oh. Oh, that car was mine. Okay, oh, this is probably yours or Arctic's.
Yeah, that was mine.
Okay.
Where-
Okay.
Oh my god! I got a car!
Hey, you should pull it to Matthew's
Why am I
place and have a car
echoing?
meet.
Yeah, we're having
Like,
a
this
car
shit
meet
is
and greet.
broken. It's echoing me. Hello? Oh my god! Nope. Fix it.
I don't know what the fuck to do.
Car
Why am
show.
I echoing? That's not better!
Okay,
Oh.
why aren't your PNGs showing? Hold on. Because I dragged myself in here. That's why.
Okay, that fixed. Oh, was it Mashy?
Is it?
What?
Yeah, it's fixed now.
Oh,
It was you, Mashy. Wow, I can't believe you blamed Zilla for that.
I didn't blame Zilla for anything.
yeah.
Did
it's
you guys
always
see my
something.
cat?
No,
Can
'cause
you
I'm
come
not
and
gonna
high
order
five
in 2
us?
days.
It's a pom-pom pudding. Yes. That's Ella and the spider.
Do you wanna do it?
The pump.
Spit it out!
Alright, so my mom did race no spitter.
Oh.
This was-
Actually, I want to knock you up so bad.
You did.
You gonna reciprocate?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
I did. Okay,
Did
maybe
you?
it didn't work.
You did not reciprocate. I knocked you up. Please
Ah!
might change my PNG because Spider-Man's cute now, but
Doesn't fit the vibe.
I need to get my cute. Oh my god. Fuji. Please stop. Tech. Damn it. Discord reactive. Which one should I use? This one. Yeah.
Meow, 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 meow.
Maybe activism going off. What the freaking heck?
What's wrong with you?
Like when I speak, my reactivism move
On your stream or?
on the Mash streams.
No,
Oh,
it's
on
working.
mine.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, it is now. For some reason it wasn't before.
We're trying to.
Pet the kitty at home.
We're trying to make out. Do you mind? Yes, I do.
Yeah. Meowed off. If you could just not be. Ooh, you want a fishing? Please don't get stuck under the stairs again. I can't afford your medical bills.
Let me watch. Let me watch. Here.
Let me watch these two twins get it on real quick.
Let me take a
Kitty's
pic.
overjoyed. He's petrified. Oh god, are you okay?
I want to take a
Why are you
pic.
just on your back like that? Please go back to normal. Why?
There. Great picture. Great picture. Hi, Dran. How are you?
Are we gonna get?
Oh, it
clean?
didn't.
There we go. Last time I cleaned this cat, they made me go all the way upstairs to clean you. Oh, that was kind of weird.
That's weird. I can clean
Hi,
my
King.
dog outside.
Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry, it's very stream, but I have to leave.
Nice. Fishing.
Did fishing start?
Yeah.
Fishing. Fishing, Arctic. Fishing.
They're just standing there menacingly. They were sitting there menacingly. Ding 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 ding. Oh, I thought it was 2. It's 1? I thought it was fishing 2.
What's the difference?
See fishing 2. Over here, guys, over here. Over here.
Are you sure?
Yeah, over here. Join this event.
Is there a difference? Like, is there a difference?
Yes, there's a different. It's different. You could get a secret route.
I gotta put my fishing gear on.
I don't have fishing gear. I didn't buy any.
Got my fishing gear.
I guess this'll have to do. Banana. And fishing gear, all about fashion.
Yeah, fishing gear.
Pumpkin's not gonna be able to join the event.
Doesn't get a fucking booty butt over here. to repair your rod?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah.
Have some blues. Oh. Oh, that doesn't stack. That's why.
Lord have mercy, I have returned. I apologize, my dearest friends.
Get your butt to the fishing event.
Oh! Oh! Is there still time?
Yeah,
you got
6
6
minutes.
Oh, oh. Sorry, I had my other piercings in, my shorter ones, and they were fine for a little bit. The left fang was getting agitated from being a little bit too tight, so I put in my longer ones in. I have ones that are coming that have little hearts on the top instead of spikes, so I'm excited to get those ones in. Because they're longer and they won't be spikes on the top of my lip anymore. Oh, their lips are so inflamed. I would rather get
My
9
industrial got
millimeters. I think that'd
pissed
be
off
perfect.
at me today. It slapped me in my sleep. I slapped it in my sleep. Oh.
Ouch! Is it fresh? Is your industrial fresh or something? What the fuck? My ear piercings don't bother me at all anymore. I forget that they're there half the time. Which is, in my opinion, the goal.
Why?
Where are we going over there?
Why?
I'm coming!
Why?
I'm coming.
It's the girl from Fallout.
Why am I in a loading screen?
My industrial is barely 4 weeks old.
You're fucked in the head!
You
I
slapped
accepted
it?
and it fucking spawned me all the way back home.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you weren't in my world first.
There was
You gotta
another
take the
issue that
bus.
happened, so
Take
I
the-
thought it was you guys.
No, take the bus.
Bus.
Oh, I'm right there.
Who driving this bus?
Off, 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 off. Get on. Get in. Get over here. Ouch. I don't know if I even have any energy or if I have...
What the?
What the? Which one do you want, Radical?
This dude's trying to teabag me.
Get the fuck... Okay, that's... I don't know where my energy's at.
Oh, look at you! You're so cute!
Me?
You're so cute! I love your strawberry. Okay.
Thanks. It's me in real life.
Is your, fishing pole good?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, we would have gotten this yesterday.
You mean?
Oh, it just went up to 7. Oh. Oh, no, Mashy and I went up to 7. Okay. This is so
Okay,
cute.
let's
I don't know why it has
interact.
to be- We already did.
No,
Oh, for
we
the
got a
next
new
one.
emote.
What is this?
Yeah, me matching up.
Oh, I
all
thought you were
the way.
gonna drag me around. That'd be really funny.
I'm trying to drag you.
That's funny. That's really cute.
Fucking big head on the beat over here.
Oh, he's nervous. Nice. I got a new emote.
Did you?
Yeah.
The
Did you see it? Did you miss
He's-
it?
she
I'm
messaged
changing.
Melissa.
Oh yeah, let me get into my fishing gear real quick.
That's not fishing. Well, I guess it is because you're a cat.
I'm a cat.
Aren't you supposed to be a dog?
There's no puppy ears.
Yeah, very sad. You should send
Oh, I
them
got
a very
little
strong-worded
gloves.
email.
I should.
Yes,
I got that too. Did you?
I got it last night.
Yeah,
It was
you
the
didn't
bed.
miss it.
Yeah.
I
that's
got
why
it
I stayed
too.
up till 2 doing it. And I had the map up, so I got all of the ones I
Okay.
could find. Oops.
Oh, sorry.
I
Sorry.
wish.
Let me start. Oh, I can't start. Here, let me take a
Just start.
picture of us. I can't start. Bill
Okay.
has to start.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, sorry.
Alright.
What the fuck? Why is it not? Which one is it? Oh, it's this one.
Looks like we're all praying.
We're
I guess we are
praying.
wishing.
We're wishing. Turn around! Oh, stamp your book! Stamp your book! I want to stamp it!
Bring your book over here.
I want to stamp it. Hello? Did you pray today?
Did you pray today? As if you didn't. I'm a hunter looking down on some bunch of shit.
I
Aw,
can't
man.
eat and eat. I can't eat salad and sail at the same time. Fuck this place.
Sorry, I can't stamp you right now. Okay, I'll stamp you when we're done.
Did you pray today? I prayed the gay away.
Did you pray today?
What the fucking hippie?
Sorry, I'm giving you guys extra.
You look like
fucking-
somebody who decided to make their name Sage.
Sage. Valorant.
Oh, I have a perfume. Just kidding. I do. Can I please have it? Fudge. Well, bam.
This game has so many cute outfits. It does. And there's more. There's a gacha system for outfits.
There is?
Yes.
Oh, that one.
Your hair's from the gacha.
Yeah. I'm so glad I got it. It's like the main
I'm
thing
sad I
wanted.
didn't get my hair that I wanted.
I'm sorry. Oh my god! Not now, Vanya! I'm busy! Oh my god, Vanya. God, he's such a needy boyfriend.
Fishing in my little hole.
I am gonna fish in your hole. If you
Fish
don't
in my
mind.
little hole.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. I got a big quid.
Big quid.
I'll take my blue fish.
Oh, I can't see it.
You're British? You got a quid?
A quid. Got 12 of them. Yeah, see, I couldn't see that.
I'm gonna
I
need
think
therapy
only you can
after
get
that
it.
one. Whatever. Someone's dramatic.
Don't you just... Never mind.
What?
Nothing.
Fishy, 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 fishy. Come on, you saw it. I can't do the freak emote. No. Oh, that fish just teleported to me.
Damn. Do I have water? My eyes are so messed up from just staring at the road for the past, like, hour. intently making sure I don't fucking fly off the road. Is that just a dark part of the road, or is that ice? I don't know.
Yeah.
Gotta find out.
Black ice.
Yeah. I think it was just melted because of all the salt. And then I drove past the salt man. He put so much fucking salt on the ground. It looked like sand.
Maybe it
Oh,
was
fucking
sand.
hell. It was salt.
Sometimes they use sand too.
Yeah, I haven't seen sand on any of our streets yet. No, no. Okay, get it. Okay, at least you got it. Wait, did you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Maybe I didn't. Is that a different thing?
Damn, that's lame.
It's all good. I got.
Okay, let me stamp you when we're done. You just now got the stamp book? I've been done with that for like a week.
That's funny.
Come on.
Okay. Chef of the sea. What does that mean?
I ate while we were heading over.
Oh, it wouldn't let me eat.
Yeah, I got it. Pumpkin still needs to stamp it, I think. Or no, did you?
I did.
Did you, Pumpkin?
No, I can do it though. I didn't know if we all needed to. A giant tiny octopus.
That's a tiny... Never mind.
That's a tiny pussy. It's nice and tight. Ready for my
Jesus.
tight stamp,
Jesus.
Arctic?
Jesus. Get stamped.
Get stamped.
Get stamp made.
Yeah. There you go. Nice.
Alpaca.
That's delicious.
Now we all have our own cars.
I'm gonna put stickers on mine.
Yeah, that'd be cute if you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone found a matsutake mushroom?
I'm sorry.
Matsutake mushroom?
I'm sorry.
Matsutake mushroom?
One more time.
Matsutake mushroom.
I said huh to Dwayne 3 times in a row, and he finally turned around and looked at me and said the thing very clearly. He's like, I'm just gonna keep saying
Matcha
it.
powder?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe...
Wait, did you just get matcha powder? I've had that for weeks.
I haven't. Matsutake mushroom.
Complete personal goal 2 times. I just
Though
tried to fucking-
matsutakes often appear in groups, they're not easy to find. A true delicacy. Source: Forest, Spirit Oak Pine Forest.
Hey, alpaca.
Spirit Oak Pine Forest.
I just tried to catch a bird. Is that an alpaca in the bubble thing? Yes, it is. Its head is just sticking out.
Matsutake?
That's really funny.
Mato.
Miko me. Where is the thing?
Where is the thing? What is the thing?
Where is the fish? Fishy fish. My head hurts.
Oh no.
That's what happens.
Are you hungry?
when I drink 2 Red Bulls. I just ate a couple pieces of pizza. Should be enough, right? And a rice cracker. Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what else to eat. I don't. I bought a bunch of ingredients, but not anything to make a full meal, which is kind of upsetting. Tomorrow I'm gonna eat sausage, raviolis, and white sauce for Alfredo pesto.
Yum.
Alfredo.
White sauce. Mmm. I love white sauce.
Did you just say ew?
I said mmm.
No, Zilla.
Oh, I said,
Alfredo. He was so uncomfortable when you said that. It's so funny.
Good.
He was like, what the hell?
I bet you like white sauce. Yeah.
Well, we have a coworker named Alfredo, and Zilla said it right next to him.
I was like,
Alfredo. He's like, what the hell?
It's a fat bee. Get it.
It's me.
Waruna. Guys, I can't find the matsutake mushrooms.
Matsutake.
he's shaming a bee as well.
Body shaming a bee is. I'm not body shaming. It's plump.
It's below.
I'm not body shaming it.
Oh, Mesh, you want to see? You want to read something funny?
What?
Here, hold up.
Where did you guys get a spined loach at?
This is what I just got back from somebody. Oh, it'll give you a giggle. It'll give you a good giggle. It gave me a giggle. Fox! Hello, brother. I'm gonna pet your tail! The fox sized you up. Bitch. I gave you fish.
Yeah, I don't know about him.
A
Yeah.
little bit too try hard, yeah?
Yeah.
You can get the spined loach at the Giant Wood River.
Giant Wood River.
Yes.
Sorry,
I can get the spined load. At the-
Ooh, I wish my spine was low.
What? You don't know what you're saying
Okay.
anymore.
I don't know. I'm tired. I'm very tired.
Fuzzy and round. I love bees.
Just like me. Oh.
I love pumpkins.
I'm moldy. I lost the bumblebee. Really sad.
Ew, you're moldy.
Okay, that was hell.
Cause
of a
you're.
ride.
I know it was. I'm also tired. Okay. I only
Tell
had
Zilla to
one
try
Red Bull.
Leaving his house. Hey Zilla, leave your house.
I did.
Okay. I came to good.
14, a bitch gets blue. She wanna win a peanut butter house.
My head hurts.
I did it. Okay, the next thing I'm looking for is a minnow.
Ooh, butterfly. Purple Emperor.
My god, I'm missing so many fish. A butterfly koi we can only catch when there's a rainbow.
Yeah, I sent the
Oh, you did
diagram
send
that
me
should
the
be-
thing.
A diaphragm.
Oh, you didn't like personally send it to me, but I'll look for it.
Yeah, it's in the gaming chat.
Bitch. It's fucking butterfly. Get.
Open in browser.
Open for me.
Okay, I'm looking for
A power get people.
a minnow. Well, it doesn't. Okay. Minnow.
Oh.
school. She wanna win. Play the house.
No.
My arm is cold, but I don't want to put my sweater on.
Tranquil River. Tranquil River.
Tranquil.
It's tranquil.
River. Oh no, the river of sleep. The gods tell me not to drink from it, or else I'll forget my way to the good afterlife.
You can do it. There you go.
Getting
You
there.
finish your sentence.
I got it. Lord Dionysus told me not to drink from the tranquil river.
Dionysus. Dionysus.
I love songs about polyamory.
Yeah.
That's their whole vibe. Their whole vibe is sex.
Being
Wonderful.
sexy.
Being gay.
Being horny.
Being horny. Being
Some hornballs.
being fucking everyone and everything around them. Their song is like, "What? I was sad once, and then I joined a cult." That's the song. That's the brand.
Oriental shrimp.
I like
not
that
what I
one song where
wanted.
they're like, "Don't mind me, I'm just a simp."
Yeah, this is not.
Damn, I look really.
Mine is very angry. Oh, because you're piercing. Mine is just
Yeah.
really chapped and cracked.
Oh. Yeah, the chap didn't help either. I shouldn't have put those piercings on. I put them on for the interview. I should have taken them out afterwards, but I thought I could see how long it could last. My other one should have arrived. I wonder if they're in the mailbox, but I just didn't get it.
You go down just like Bloody Mary. Mariana.
Mariana Cross. Mariana Cross.
Ghost is just Scooby-Doo music.
Scooby-Doo
Did
music?
they have a? Did they have a crossover yet?
Probably not, but it's just Scooby-Doo chase music.
They should, honestly.
It's also just Gotham music.
Burbo! I got a
Could you not- You know how
Burbo!
they had the Hex Girls? What if they had a ghost episode, like a ghost movie? That'd be really
Is this a
fucking
minnow?
cool.
It looks tiny. It should be a minnow.
It's average sized.
Yeah.
It's
Come on.
okay.
Come on now.
Oh.
I want to buy some custom industrial ones, but gotta wait for a complete peel first. Nice. You'll get there, I promise.
Come on, fish! Stop looking at me and take the bait. Hi.
Hi.
Why sometimes my rod doesn't turn red, but
Why
sometimes it
sometimes
do?
my rod not big enough,
But sometimes it big enough.
but sometimes it too big, and then sometime not big.
That
Why
was
sometimes it
not.
go not big fast?
That was a shrimp. That
What?
was not a minnow.
What I wake up and rod big, but ghostly rod small.
Yeah.
America explained.
Why rod not work when drinky drink?
This is a personal problem.
Sometimes it's when you take too many pain pills.
Whoa! Now that sounds like a personal problem.
Why gas station pill make rod super large?
Why
Gas station pill?
diarrhea?
I'm so confused.
Like the Rhino
You've
pill?
never seen those extend weird ass fucking medications that they sell at the freaking checkout of a gas station?
No.
Sometimes.
Oh my god.
Like a
most
Viagra?
well, not Viagra, because that has to be
Prescribed.
prescribed, but you can get things
Very
like,
similar.
like PP Big Pills, and you can get them at gas stations.
Pumpkin,
Yeah,
do you
but
have a tail?
No?
Mermaid
a tail.
tail. What?
I have 8 tails.
Can I have one?
Yeah, let me check myself.
Can you throw one down? That'd be cool.
Let me check myself.
Blue
here, okay?
Chew. It's not about the size of the rod, it's about how you use it. It's not about the size of the rod, it's about how well your
Oh, I got
fucking
it!
tongue
I got the
works.
minnow! Okay, I got the
Your tongue
minnow.
don't
What
work,
else
I
do
don't
I
want
need?
it.
If you don't like eating pussy, I don't like you.
I'm like 100%. Like, if that's
Yes.
not a thing that they want, I'm not interested. I figured that out.
Chum salmon. Oh, only on rainbow days? Okay. I don't need it. Don't waste it.
Wait,
Don't
hold on,
waste.
Wait.
Don't waste it.
I was gonna try to get it to you.
Oh no, you can't do that.
If you're a straight male and you don't like eating pussy, I think you should question your sexuality.
Maybe they don't like the taste.
No, figure it out.
Maybe that shit just stinks sometimes, and I just want to be down there.
Oh,
Yeah.
then that's a different problem.
Yeah, that's their
That's
problem.
something else.
That's you need to go to the gyno problem.
The gyno. You know, it's slang.
That's my favorite dinosaur.
The Gynosaurus.
The Gynosaurus.
I love the Gynosaurus.
I love the Gynosaurus.
Sometimes, oh, never mind.
Sometimes it goes wrong.
Facts are. Tell 'em, Arctic.
True, if Zilla wasn't good at head, I would have already swapped through by this point. That's crazy. God, Arctic really likes sucking cock, you guys. He's told me like 3 times at this point.
Only 3?
Unprompted. Unprompted.
Easy, so 3. For the tilapia, you will need a mermaid tail.
Oh, I will. Where's the tilapia though? I'm trying to find it on the map.
I told you one story.
Oh.
You told me that one story like 5 times.
It's in the Onsen Mountain Lake. Onsen Mountain Lake.
Okay, I might mix it.
Too bad British
Like it.
men are gross. Right, Arctic?
Yeah, that's true. I love you.
Squeed.
You're the only good one.
British.
We should go for a 3rd Red Bull.
British men disgust me.
I have 3 on every
Their
workday.
accents, though.
Arctic, are you Welsh by chance?
No. You just offended his entire well-being. You entire his Welsh being.
It's a Welsh bean.
British men disgust
What's
you.
wrong with
All
Welsh
British men
men?
disgust you. I'm broken! I'm fine. I forgot to change.
Okay, I'm by the Onsen Lake. Whee! Whoa.
Buy that sweater.
Like, get ready.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thanks. I got my chub.
I got you.
Crazy.
If the criteria is disgusted by British, it's hard to narrow that down to one ethnicity. Now I'm British through and through, but a lot of British men I know don't know basic hygiene. It's disgusting. You should show them a deodorant stick.
Hey, now let's put up a fight.
It is wet fish. Yeah, it is.
I sure hope it is.
Oh, it's a white fish, not a wet fish. Oh my god. I'm British South African, but you get what I mean.
Wow, I really put on the ugliest outfit I could muster up. Shit's ugly as fuck.
Why would you do that?
Oh, I don't know. I just wanted to see what it looked like, and I hate it a lot, actually. It's not that bad. It's just, I would never.
It's not that bad, but it's bad.
That's pretty. Yeah,
It's pretty fucking bad.
Can you stop
I'm
struggling?
British South African, but you get what I mean. He's British and colonized.
Another whitefish? Why are these so hard to catch?
There's a joke there.
What? Nothing.
Do it again. I have so many of these, it's not funny. I threw the wrong way. I think it's like the blue fish at the very end.
Red fish, two fish.
My
My backpack is full! Fuck!
That's asking a lot.
Well,
It's
way to
crazy.
go to waste.
Good
I guess
thing
you
my
just can't
house
take
is right
risks.
here.
Just throw the fish in storage.
Did I ever feed the alpacas? I don't think I found the alpaca thing. Alpaca my pussy.
Whoa.
Whoa. Calm down.
No. I came to goon.
14. Fish get loose. She wanna win.
I bet you these alpacas love eating sticks. Holy shit, they really want to eat these sticks. It's crazy.
Peanut butter house.
Yeah, peanut butter house. Peanut butter house. Ugh. Oh, so Zilla, the person that I know you have your tattoo people, but if you ever want, like, I guess a $50 tattoo, they every Friday they do
I found-
walk-ins for $50.
I found this, so don't throw anything.
Oh, you found one.
So I'm probably gonna go back to her. I was talking to her about doing the horn. I don't know if I actually talked to you about the horns one.
Roof. I caught a ruff.
A wolf.
There's
You caught a dog?
Yeah,
Dang.
I did.
a hazard. Woof, woof.
The sea dog. Dog of the sea.
Backpack is full.
Squishy.
Yeah, I haven't gotten me the backpack upgrades yet.
We'll definitely do that.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Don't catch it.
I don't see it,
Yes.
so it's all you.
What if you guys came and watered my flowers?
I will after I'm
Oh,
done
I forgot
catching
to
this
gather my
minnow. Wait, not minnow.
Tilapia.
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 Oh, but I can. Oh. What the hell?
Oh my
My
god.
backpack is full. Oh my god. But I already have a stack of wheat in there. So dumb. Cook, I guess.
Just
Fish
get
and
the cook.
chips.
Hello. Finally.
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh, that's not a.
Wrong.
That's not a tilapia.
Did you look at the right place in the back? Tilapia?
Yeah, it's on Sun Mountain Lake. Unless that's not where we are. Are we at a river?
Mm,
No. No, we're at the lake.
Spaghetti and meatballs. Seafood pizza?
So I got mine. And
I was
Whatever it is,
not.
that's-
I was not looking at the right place. I am a stinky stink.
I was thinking, I didn't catch mine here, but maybe it does spawn here.
Tilapia is tilapia. Peas.
Peas!
It's in a river.
It's in a
you know where
river?
it is.
No, you're kidding. You're kidding me.
Any
You're
of the
kidding me!
rivers?
No! Oh my god, I fixed it. Oh,
I
thank
believe so.
Christ.
You
It's just
can
got
look
the-
at where you caught it in your collection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tilapia details. Yeah, river. It just says river.
Okay.
Oh my god. Whenever you say the river, I think of river, and I just think about what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah! God damn it. Oh,
The one that got arrested because they were a
pedophilia.
yeah.
They were touching kids.
They were touching up on all the little kitties.
Jesus.
Horrible. The funniest part is, I think it would have been, I don't know, I think people, I don't know, a lot of people got to know who he was because he worked here. If you work at Walmart, I feel like you just kind of work in the center of town, so
I went
like,
to school with them, so that's how I.
oh,
know.
did you? That's
My
your new
one
Okay.
simple requirement in meeting someone romantically is that they know what a bar of soap is, and in this city, that's asking a lot.
Damn, Ashy.
Another
I thought
one.
I was bad at reading chat.
What? Did he say that a while ago?
We had a whole conversation on that.
Oh.
Hope it's fine.
I'm catching fish!
Yeah,
No,
we fished.
no, no, not the jam! Oh my god, Jesus, I don't care about how good the jam is.
You should totally care about how good the jam is.
Not when I have other jam burning.
My durability is low. I hate this. Okay, thanks. You said it's a blue shadow?
No.
No.
I was trying to catch one of the other ones so they'd spawn for you.
Why do you need a tilapia so bad?
I'm just trying to
Going on a boat.
fill out my collection.
You're kidding me, my backpack is full, you're fucked.
Go buy a fucking expansion.
I am making jam.
Well, you can't make jam
so
if you
that
don't
I
have
can
room.
empty out my backpack of all the goo. All the goo. Where are you, Albert? Oh, why are you always on the other side of the world?
Piranha! Ooh, piranha
Piranha.
pretty. I'm in the rock.
I'm in the rock.
Damn Arctic nice house. Oh my god. Wait,
Oh, that was a very quick
Yes.
catch.
I need to get some food. I don't want to eat this. I'll eat this. carrot cake. I guess I'll eat
What's
that.
Gifty
No! You caught it! Damn it. I should go buy some more mermaid tails. I should probably sell the fish I have as well. I have so much fish.
I cook my
Make
fish.
fish and chips.
Yeah, I need to go make fish and chips. But first I need potatoes, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, pumpkin flowers need to be watered. It's peas. Peas, it's peas. It's peas.
Peashaw. God, I wish everyone wasn't so stacked up.
Yes. Mashy, look it. I'm a female neckbeard.
Oh my
Ooh.
god. Hold on. I'll be a neckbeard with you.
Here, look it. Now I'm a female neckbeard. I'm a female neckbeard at a convention, looking to take cosplay pictures of other cosplayers and ask them incredibly uncomfortable questions like,
Like,
does size matter?
m'lady.
M'lady.
Sir. What just happened?
What happened? Did he
Why
just
am I
kick
doing
us out?
Did he just ban me?
Did he kick us out?
He was in build mode.
Oh, we couldn't even see what we said.
Read it.
Tips Fedora. A lot of flowers. Join us! Whoa, seeing the wheat actively grow is weird.
Yeah.
It enlarges. I love when my wheat enlarges. Okay, bye-bye. I'm going home. I gotta go sell things. Or make
I'm looking
fish
at
and
people's
chips.
house. Oh, look at all this food that he
Whose
has
house is
sitting out.
this? Oh, this is
You can
Mako's
barely
house.
hear me? That's fair. I'm
What?
sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm not that very loud right now. I'm sorry.
I'm not that very loud.
Upstairs is still empty. That's okay, because this house is pretty
I
small.
don't work tomorrow though, so that's pretty nice.
I don't work tomorrow
Oh,
either. Or the next day or the next day.
I
have,
if things go
a
as
3-day
planned,
weekend.
I won't have to work on Sunday either, and that's pretty fucking radical.
Do you have to work on Monday?
Yes,
Aw.
but I don't. work
Arctic, did
Tuesday.
I water your flowers? Look at your puppy! Tia! Oh my god. Tia! You're so cute! Your baby!
Yeah, it looks like a skinwalker.
Aw, damn.
Baby! No, it doesn't. The
With its
doggy
eyes, it
doesn't
looks
feel...
like a skinwalker.
Okay, when I pet the cats are always like, you're really good at petting cats. And then when I pet the dogs, like, the dog isn't very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I did that every time I pet Lucas.
Maybe they're just dogs that don't like being pet. which
Joker.
Usually it's the opposite.
Yeah, strange. This game is weird. Can you water my flowers, Pumpkin?
I need to water it.
She's so far away. She's so far away.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Why?
you're so far away.
What do you mean?
You're like 3 plots away from me.
Oh, my house. I thought you meant me specifically. Like, why do you care?
The The biscuit factory's open.
The biscuit factory's open.
She making biscuits. She clocked the fuck in.
Gigi doesn't make biscuits. Only when he's like really, really, really happy.
I love Gigi.
I'm making my
I-
third house setup. Damn.
Astra
Astra
doesn't make biscuits, but
biscuits.
Hestia does.
Gigi made biscuit all the time.
She clocked in.
She clocked in. She knows she's backed up on orders. That's why she's doing it. I've been waiting months for these biscuits that you're making right now.
I need my potatoes out of my storage, please.
Please, you. I think I'm running out of wheat. I can't make fish and chips. I don't
I have
know.
so
I collected my wheat and I forgot
much
to plant.
wheat.
Damn, no, I didn't want to water the blueberries.
I'm gonna go my wheat while I'm making the food.
Where the fuck are these flowers? These things?
What sells for more, seafood pasta or fish and chips?
Probably the pasta.
If things go to plan, my third house setup might become my favorite. Nice.
What?
God forbid I ever open up that build menu again.
Yeah, same.
Fucking.
You think you had it rough?
I really don't like it. It's not my favorite. It's so hard to control.
Yeah,
What
you
is
just
third
gotta
house
get used to it.
It's not even a getting used to it. It's
No,
just,
it
it's
is.
Not, it's just not optimized very well.
Looks tastier than previous tomato sauce.
Yum! Tomato sauce! I love heartburn! Yes!
Seafood risotto, seafood pizza, or fish and chips. Let's see what is worth the most. Seafood, food, Heartopia. All cooking recipes. No, that's not what I want.
God.
That's not what I want either. Prices. Seafood pizza sounds delicious. I don't know. Okay, seafood risotto, $4.90. Seafood.
The person who
Fish
texted
and
me was
chips,
really
sweet.
funny. We were talking. She asked me if I knew a lot about astrology, and I said I wish I knew more about it, but all I know is mine being a Libra and that all my exes are Leos. And she was like, male or female? And I said male, and she's like, ew.
Ah!
I was like, damn, you're right though. I liked my tattoo artist. I want to keep her. Like, I actually really liked her a lot. We'll go back to her probably next month for another tattoo, not gonna lie. I just have to figure out what I want. I'm a fish, that's all I know. You're a Pisces?
I'm a crab.
I'm a crab.
Mhm.
I'm a snail. I'm a weepa.
Oh, smoked fish bagel is worth more than the seafood risotto. Weird.
That's crazy. To be honest with you though, I would eat the bagel over the risotto. Ah. I want another one of my little biscuits. But I want to be nice and save them for my work people. I want to give my friends at work them. So I got a snack for you.
What kind of snack?
It's a new, like, rice cake that I guess is really popular right now. I'm gonna bring it. Oh, what are those? Oh my god. I'm gonna bring them. When do you work Monday?
I work Sunday, but I'm off Monday, Tuesday.
My Chinese zodiac is a ram and woolly fish. Mine is a dog. I'm year of the dog.
So, I think I'm the ox.
Yes, you are. Oh my god. That's so silly. That's so silly. It's a cute backpack. Holy shit, you're expensive. Not the gloves. Not the gloves. Damn, the backpack is 80? God damn.
Oh, the seafood pizza is worth $7.80.
Oh, cute.
Probably because it takes frickin' tomato sauce.
I don't know if I want the backpack, but the backpack's kind of cute. But I don't.
No, please. My pizza.
I love this a lot, actually.
I leveled up my cooking again.
Let's go.
Oh my. Oh my god! I gotta go make more money. Oh no, they gave me a bunch of different cute Converse. Oh, and they gave me slouchy socks. Ah!
Jesus Christ.
She's going cray cray.
So many cute shoes, and I can't afford it all, and I'm poor. Ah! Oh. Oh. Oh god. Okay, time to go fucking. Okay. Where's the street corner? I gotta go make some money. Oh, look at money on the street corner. Great. 300 coin. Grand. Oh, that's right. I need to accept my things. Okay, what do you want? You can go find Atara. Where are you? Oh, there's a bunch of people. Come here. Hello, Atara.
I was listening to like Vocaloid, and suddenly I'm on the chill Christian lo-fi video.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
What?
Surrounded by ovens. You know, when you gotta cook, you gotta cook.
Listen, you have to cook.
This is how much I need to eat. I need 4 stoves.
You have like 12.
I need more tomato.
I need no tomato.
How dare my plants not be ready to harvest?
Oh, why would I want it to be white? The fuck? Why do I... The hell? How big is this? The medium one.
Guys, tomorrow I get to wake up and get on Heartopia. I don't have to work.
We should... What time are you getting on?
I don't know.
I know Bob. Bob! Restaurant dining chair.
Wait until We Are Charlie Cook comes up, bruh.
Oh my god, Mashy, at the freaking tattoo parlor, they were fucking singing that.
Were they?
Yeah.
Oh
I
no.
really liked the vibe at the tattoo parlor I went to. I am gonna do what I can to go. I can't give you my goods. God, Bob, you're so fucking needy. You think you can have my good shit? Mashy's dad has got it going.
Yeah.
Down bad.
He's dead.
He's dead. And then there's Chunky. He's dead.
What?
Hey.
Donkey Kong.
Dead.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Is that an actual lyric in the song?
No.
Oh.
Beans! Red beans!
Mate.
Did you do your dailies, Pumpkin?
Uh-huh.
Did you do your dailies?
Huh?
She heard
I know she did.
I'm sorry, I was channeling Gonzo. I'm working on them right now. Why?
Just checking.
Why?
Put the cake away!
No!
Sorry, my oven was burning. My carrot cake was burning.
Annie!
Or my bagel? I don't fucking know what I'm cooking right now.
I gotta go build some shit for Bob, some needy fucking...
Oh,
I'm coming home, Meowdolf. Beloved kitty.
cat. He's a kitty cat. And he does dance, and he dance, dance.
What are you doing there? You wanna, no, not unlocked yet. Fuck you, dumb bitch. Ooh. Oh, I can decorate clothes now.
Yay!
That's so cool.
I can't wait to see what you come up with. Never mind. I take that back.
I already know what I want to make, but it won't be suitable to wear.
Won't be suitable to wear? What you gonna wear? You need
It's
Gucci
a
daddy
secret.
pants.
It's a secret.
Gucci daddy season.
A secret.
Hi, honey.
Next time.
Water 10 times. Oh, I should plan.
Ah! You made me burn my
Jesus.
thing!
So, do it again.
You made me put my food. Now I have bazaar food. I'm thirsty. Can I have a drink when you go down there? What? Sprite. Super right. Sounds good. I definitely need more tomatoes. What else can I guess I can make... I'm out of potatoes too? The fuck do they think this is?
The Great Potato Famine.
It is.
I probably need to be able to.
Remember when the Great Potato Famine happened?
Yes.
Yeah, I was there.
I was there.
Impacted my entire bloodline.
You act like
It
you're
killed
the
my
white
father.
person there. That's crazy. God damn.
I'm sorry.
My entire bloodline, 'cause we
This is a
Probably
dark
share bloodlines.
the dark hour of the stream. I'm so
Not
sorry.
Nashi, she's Russian.
I am.
Yeah, she was a. The only thing that affected her was her family didn't get
Well,
vodka.
yeah, they didn't get vodka. That would be a depression for the fucking
You know what my mom drank when she was an alcoholic?
vodka.
Bud Light.
Oh, alright.
Hey, bottom of the barrel, you can only go up from
It's like, that's not. I mean, it could be worse, I guess.
Hi, Chibi. What a
So vile.
The trans making beer. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh no. Oh Lord.
Oof.
I think Oxford was like really creative.
I thought she was gonna say a different sentence about
We
when
gotta-
her
we gotta
mama
go get
drank.
mimosas with Gonzo,
I want
Yeah, I know.
mimosas. What
I was
the fuck?
talking about-
How dare
I was talking to
you?
Bree about it.
Mimosa time. I've never had a mimosa.
As someone who recently got their degree, I suppose I should start by asking, how does that make you feel? Oh yeah, you're a psych major. Oh, thanks.
Aren't you all
Can you
warm?
turn that off?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, aren't you warm?
Yeah, I am. Run them over in the car. I just ran over Annie. Pumpkin, earlier I was talking about how I liked women, and I said I don't really like men. I'm kind of, but I am hetero curious.
Yo, crazy. I was trying to insert violence in the other stream. You know, Trash, we have shared chat on, so I can see that.
We can see each other's chat.
We can see each other's chat. I'm God. I know. And,
I'm God.
I'm omnipotent.
I was fucking looking for Albert this whole time, going in circles, and they're right
You guys
here.
want a fun fact about religion?
No, but yeah.
It's a fun fact. It is
Okay, it's a fun fact.
It is a fun fact. At least I think it's interesting. It in the five. So like.
I was gonna say Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm like,
Five
okay.
Nights at Freddy's. This is like
Now
a
you
really
got
fun
me.
fact.
And
Did
the Five
you
Nights
know
at Freddy's.
that in like Jewish religion, what the fuck is there? Yeah,
Judaism?
Judaism. Thank you. I could not fucking remember that for the life of me. Judaism, Christianity, you know, the big five. Well, not the big five, actually, just mostly
Big
those
three.
two. And I don't know too much about Muslim, but those two specifically. Did you know that God was not omnipotent in the beginning?
Oh,
Do you guys know what omnipotent means?
yeah, he didn't. He was like all powerful.
Incorrect. All
No, all seeing. Okay,
All seeing means omnipotent.
Wait.
Did you
same
know that-
thing.
No, very different. Because they believed that God could only interact and or see you in the temples. Outside of the temples, you were free to do whatever the fuck you wanted. Which is why integrity was so important. But then they realized humans suck. So they're like, let's start this is why I hate religion. Then they're like, let's start telling the people that God is omnipotent and he sees you when you're fucking sleeping like Santa Claus. Here's your fun fact.
So you better behave.
Literally, it's very, very
You
interesting.
need this to behave yourself, because you're a fucking
Yeah.
moron.
Actually,
I'm
though.
having a sick car meet up here at that Matchy's place.
Crazy. I'm getting raspberries.
I'm cooking. They're in my driveway.
You should bring your car. I'm
A
not in
pumpkin
the
fun
driveway.
fact. Judaism. OMG.
Hi,
starting off
Silent.
last, Hi, Silent.
You should bring your car over here, Pumpkin, for me.
I don't know how to get my car out.
X.
X.
Oh my god, thank you! Why did my things go? Oh, my shit. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, and it's broken. I think I know what I'm gonna do tomorrow after I get done studying. I think I'm gonna fix my entire streaming. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate you.
Gifted sub to Pumpkin the Yokai. I have to
After
burp.
I pay off my debt with my, depending on how big my tax thing is, I'm gonna pay off my debt.
Excuse
If
me.
I have anything
Bless you.
extra, I'm gonna buy a better, whatever the fuck I need to make my computer run better, so I can.
Yeah, I was gonna upgrade my PC.
Yeah,
That's
you
necessary.
have to help.
That's Sprite
me,
getting back at you,
whoever.
it
Usually I
is.
ask Shizzle, but whoever's available to help me.
Oh, about
I mean,
PC
this is-
things?
Yeah.
There's a
I need
bundle
to
right
figure
now
out
that's
my-
$899.
I just need to know where my shit's bottlenecking, because I can't. I want to be able to play marbles with my model. Like, I feel like I should be able to.
Maybe
do
it's
this, but I
your
can't.
RAM, maybe... I don't
Recommended
know.
amount to the RAM.
You don't
My
have the
GPU and
recommended
my
amount of
CPU
RAM.
right now are running at 47 and 40. About 47 is what they're running at right now. And I'm barely doing anything. I'm streaming, I have my model up, and I have this game up.
You can do the same upgrade I'm doing.
Okay.
That should be enough.
I'm making so much fucking bagels.
Oh fuck no! You better hope it's not RAM. I'm lucky. I already have 32 gigabytes of RAM. I ain't gonna worry about that shit.
Yeah, I also need help.
Don't
with
you have to
installing
make
my
sure
other
it like
SSD
is
too.
compatible with your motherboard though?
Yeah,
If you get a new motherboard?
it's probably
See,
DDR4.
I knew you guys would know
Yeah.
things. I don't need to be smart. I just need to be pretty. I'm not. pretty.
Curls
During the
hair.
RAM crisis, needs more.
Next
RAM
question on this
during
left
the RAM
side.
Crisis. I say
Um,
we kill.
I was wondering.
Did
I
you
say
guys
we
not
pour
hear me?
water.
There's a
recommended
bundle
amount of debt
for
demanded RAM on
$899.
That's a lot.
Motherboard.
That's it.
It comes with all
Website.
three: motherboard, RAM,
I'm
and
dedicated WAM to
CPU.
the server.
Okay, so Zilla, you're
Damn.
If you're
How
running
much
out
is that?
per se.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you gonna pay me?
Depending on plugins
I'll
and
give
play.
you-
What?
Yeah, it's really depends. There's a
I'm joking.
He's not. But
He's
I'll
not
give you
I
joking.
that.
am. Yeah, I can. Just let me know and I'll bring my
Oh.
little screwdriver that I have.
Maybe we'll do it when my stepdad is barbecuing, and you can have some of the smoked
I want
meats.
barbecue. I'm making Poana bagel. Do you want it?
Ugh.
Poana bagel, I'll take
Po-
it.
I'm good.
Poana bagel. Let's
Did you,
see what
take the
star
teeth
bagel
out?
it makes. Oh, 2-star bagel. Damn.
Nah, bro, with these prices, I'm waiting. I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. I guess I don't need to. My shit's fine. It's,
I'm not doing RAM, I'm doing
I'm still
CPU.
streaming just fine, I guess. I just can't use my model, which sucks.
Yeah, well, Nvidia's stopping.
4-star
CPU
bagel. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, my arm itches. I'm gonna scream! Yeah, but the companies making the cards for the most part are stopping. until, like,
No!
2030 or something.
Well,
What do you...
Nvidia, they're stopping production of GPUs.
Why?
They're
Because
they're
they're
focusing on AI chips.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
And-
why RAM is so expensive.
Yes, indirectly, yes. And
Yeah, what encoder are you using? Using your graphics card encoder or your CPU encoder? Because that matters a lot. You?
You.
You
You don't
fucking
know.
think I know?
Well, you just say,
even
you just
know
tell
what
us,
to
just
say.
look it on your profile settings or your properties.
What? What do I look up?
Okay, if you go to File, and then you go to Settings in OBS, and then you go to
Oh.
Stream. No,
File
Output.
settings,
Output.
output.
For your OSB.
Wait, which one? I don't know if it
Office
shows.
tickets.
Does it show us while? Oh, your video encoder. What does it say there?
NVIDIA. Invensic.
That's probably your graphics card.
Of your strand board.
The nerd in me has awakened. What current RAM type CPU? I don't care. I just want it to work. I'm sorry.
You have to care to figure out what the problem is.
I just
No.
need to have friends. That's what I
Well,
put
your
all my-
friends need to know
that's
what
I
you
put all my
have.
points into. Yeah, just tell me how to do it. Last time I had Shizzle literally get into my computer and he did it for me.
Yeah.
I put all my points into charisma and charming. So
What are my points?
I don't know what you spec into.
I don't
Did you not
know.
did you not get the menu when you were
Mashi, what is
first
the
created?
encoder you're using for your
I was
oriented
blindfolded the
strand
whole time.
board? Why do you have to say it like that? I'm using the X264 encoder.
Depending on how many gigs it has, it can either solve or not solve your model issue. Yeah, see, I specifically want to fix my model issue. That's what I need. Yeah. Cause like
Oh,
right now,
I mean your strand board, not
I need to do
OBS.
that
I
OBS.
don't know
I'll
what
do
that
tomorrow.
means.
Arctic
Is that-
said he
You
figured.
mean motherboard?
I need, sorry, my headset died.
Arctic said got assistance from his Twitch dad about my Valorant not being able to be streamed.
OSB,
and
not
I will be working on that
OBS.
tomorrow. OSB.
I don't know what that means, Shark.
I'm dyslexic.
I might have figured out the Val issue. Oh?
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me the stuff I needed. I just haven't done it yet because I haven't had a day off to do it yet. I'll probably have so much shit to do. God bless. I have to study.
Oriented
I gotta eat.
strand board. It's a
Salad.
board of oriented strands. Are you fucking with me right now?
I feel like he's not. I feel like they're being very genuine. I'm stealing your car, Mashi.
Why? You have your car.
You haven't a car meet. I gotta get people to bring their cars to me.
Oh, okay. Mashi, it's a wooden board. I don't know. I don't have a wooden
Cheese
board.
on it.
Is it my cheese board?
Cracked knuckles. If you have an 8 graphics card,
Okay,
it can be an issue. If you have a 12, then you are likely more RAM, or double check the integrity of the. I remember we bought it. It was important to buy it in sections of 4, so we made sure we. I think I have 8. Because I think we wanted 12, but we couldn't get the 12 one or something. I don't fucking remember. I mean, honestly, I wasn't.
Hell
there, so
yeah.
it was
Vonnie just
not
gave me a bunch of perfume.
Mashi, you took your car again. I gotta
Bob.
steal it again. Fuck.
I need my car.
Just like my car issues, I gave that
I'm
to a,
so
to a-
tired.
to a
This is
boy to
cracking
handle,
me
I'm
up way too
sorry.
much. Why?
47
Why,
PRA.
Shark?
Hey, Pumpkin, can you bring your
Hi.
car over here?
I don't know how to. You go get
Did
it.
you pray today?
Recall your
Did
car.
you
they
pray
come after
today?
you.
I don't have a car. I have my scooter.
You have a car!
See?
I don't know how to get it.
Hit T. Go to My Vehicles. Car. Put it as
Where
your
did I get
default.
this thing?
You paid money, so you got that.
Log in for 7 days.
Well, this was weird when I fucking white little
Is that Miku?
Fiat.
Bruh.
I'm more lost.
Did you
Section
pray
of
today?
4? I don't fucking know. Not a section of 4, but like in groups. I don't know. I'm just there for the ride. I went to Best Buy and I said, "Hey, can you help me?" And then we followed each other on Twitch, and I raid him sometimes.
Unfazed by my shenanigans. No, I said, is that Miku? Was that furniture store Santa? Yes, it was. I'm following this lady around. M'lady.
Oh, don't follow me.
M'lady. M'lady. M'lady.
M'lady.
I need to know if size matters, m'lady.
I need to touch this rabbit.
Oh.
It's too hungry.
Okay. Okay.
This isn't. Why is it green? Oh. Wait, this isn't.
She does
Not
not
your
want
house.
to talk to you.
Where's the car?
No, she doesn't.
What?
I was never book smart, I'm money smart, make me more intelligent, call me Mr. Rock, Mr. Fool, I got hella bands, shawty cute and sucker,
What?
teach her, get a friend.
Sorry. Everybody wants my attention. So
I asked you a
want me.
question.
What's the
I needed to know if size matters.
No, it was how you use it.
No, I don't care if you have a good tongue. Where do you want me to go, Zilla?
The mashies.
Oh, Mashy. I showed up to your house and nobody was there, just like usual.
Yes, a strange, adorable puppy woman keeps stalking me around town, asking me if size matters.
You won't leave me alone.
Leave me alone! Fuck! There. Fucking hey. Here's my
Why?
tiny fuck-ass feet.
Why are you people on my balcony?
Balcony?
My
This is not a balcony.
it's my greenhouse
This is a deck.
balcony.
This is a deck. This is not
Deck,
a
balcony, what the fuck is the difference?
A balcony is attached to the side of a house. This is not a balcony. If anything, this is just an outside patio. But it's not, and it's a deck. This is not a balcony, sorry.
It's a deck, whatever.
Yeah.
Why are you guys on my deck?
I don't fucking know. I'll get on your dick if you really want.
Yeah, get up here.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hi.
It's the gay. Oh my god, my fan! My biggest fan, and they're gay. What's happening? I'm just standing here. Nothing's happening. The deck.
Casually drives car up the
I'm
stairs.
right. I wouldn't connect.
Shut up and kiss me already. I love the gay windmill, thanks.
Gay windmill. It's beautiful. It's the homosexual. Gay, gay, homosexual, gay.
Are you
What
trying
if
to
you got
summon
that
me?
as a tattoo with sparkles.
Try to explain that one to my coworkers.
I'm gonna put that on my hip. So only like a few select people. My mom wanted to show me. So my mom fucking biffed it in the ice yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Real bad, real bad. She's fine. I mean, she fucked up her pinky real bad, but it's not broken, so we're fine. But my mom's like, "You want to see the bruises?" And I'm like, "Sure." And so she shows me the one on the back of her leg by lifting her pant leg up. I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then she's like, "Okay, you ready for these other ones?" She pulls down
Kiss
her
me
pants,
on top
and
of the
so I'm
gay
expecting to see,
windmill
like, the back
tattoo
of
with
her thighs.
sparkles.
And then she full on flashes me her ass. Like, full on just pulls her panties down and just flashes me her ass. And I was like, "Oh, you could have warned me that you're gonna flash." But it was so sad. She had this giant, like, bruise band, like Milky Way of bruises across her ass. And she also had a bruise inside her cheeks. And I literally pointed
Oh,
at
that
"What
was.
the- how did you get that one? What did you land
She must
on
have-
a rock?
Oh God.
She didn't. She landed on ice. Our backyard is completely level with ice. So there's like,
Who else can we get in here?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to make space though.
For who?
For if people want to join the party.
Not enough space. Not enough space. Ah! I'm leaving. It's disrespectful. kiss me on the top of the gay windmill tattoo with sparkles.
She's single. Oh my god.
Damn. The windmill? Yeah.
The windmill. Ah.
Ooh, I'm in love with my dad.
I'm sorry.
It's a song. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'll send it to you, Pumpkin, if you want to listen to it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
It's really funny.
I have 9 plots now. I'm fucking rich. I made so many bagels. Okay, Zella. I'm ready to catch the tilapia.
Tilapia! We have to run there.
Okay, I'm going to this one. Oh. What?
I'm just listening to something that's really funny.
Joke's on you, I can take the bus.
I can too.
For free.
No, well, I didn't spend
Well,
money.
it wasn't for free.
Yeah.
You bought a
You
membership.
paid real life money instead of
You
in-game
paid
currency.
$3.
Yeah, we paid
Guilty
$3.
confessions live on stream. What's the guilty confession? You want to fuck the windmill? It has a lot of options. All the colors of the rainbow. That's the most diverse windmill I've ever seen!
Do you have a perfume?
Delay on her reading me. I do have a perfume.
Hey,
Oh,
Pumpkin's
okay.
mama be freaky? Oh. Because my mother flashed me her ass in the kitchen. Yeah.
Got straight to fucking.
Please. Context is horrible right now.
Pop the perk booty, got straight to fucking.
And you're in love with your father.
Listen to the
God.
fucking song I sent you. It makes sense.
No, I'm gonna choose to live in ignorance so that it doesn't need to make sense. 'Cause it's funnier this way. Look, all I'm saying is she's very direct. My mother's very direct. She's not indirect. And she's very direct because I hate indirect people. I need you to tell me straight to my face
Okay.
what the fuck
Are you gonna
issue
throw
is,
one?
or else I'm gonna have a panic attack
Thank you.
every day until you tell me what the issue is. And that's the Carfax. I don't handle lack of knowledge very well. Oh, you almost look like Anubis and you even have the floppy ears! But you're not Anubis. You're not Anubis either.
Who's calling?
Who's calling? So
Who's
Mama
calling?
Free. Oh, my mom is not free. I have a stepfather. Unfortunately.
Whoa. That tickled my brain.
I need to go interact with a group of animals, but they're all starving.
Yeah,
can't
feed them.
I can't find the troughs. I'm a fucking.
You can track
idiot.
them.
You know, I don't need your sass right now.
You can track
Milady.
them.
Milady, quiet down. The grown-ups are speaking.
What? I didn't catch one.
Bunny.
Angry?
Get it?
Where the
No.
fuck are the bunny? The bunny, the bunny. Where the fuck are the bunny?
It spawned for you? Okay, I probably have to be the one to throw it then. That's probably
Oh, wait, the mermaid tails for the bluefish?
yeah.
Yes.
No,
I said
but
this earlier.
no, but
You
he
guys
threw
didn't
one.
fucking
He
listen to
threw one
me.
earlier, and I caught a bluefish.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, or was that the one I
It's literally
threw?
on
So
stream.
you can get a new
Offer
one.
it.
A new. Oh, a new. I don't. Chibi, I don't want you to be my stepdad.
Thanks for the offer, though.
I think I would cry. Chibi, aren't you like 12 or something? You're fucking crazy. Oh my god. Oh, you want to eat these little bugs?
This bitch is so expensive. Vanya, fuck you.
Hey, you be nice to my
I love
boyfriend.
them, but I hate them.
He's so cute. My tall, hot
Their
Russian
shit's
husband.
expensive, and it was 25% off, too.
This is how he pays for my expensive hobbies. He upcharges everybody for me. I'm an old man. I bet you're not older than the oldest person in this chat.
Hey, let's
You have to
not
guess who it
expose me
is.
right now.
I was gonna. I just said you have to guess.
Oh.
God damn it, Mashy. It could have been Zilla.
Could have been.
He's drinking enough to get that title.
Yeah.
Where
Not
the
wrong
fair?
there.
Excuse me.
Look, older women are pog. Just oh my Christ. You guys all just have mommy issues.
I have daddy issues.
I have issues. Did you guys water my flowers?
What are you giggling about?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I did.
Because he's listening to music. But yeah, I ain't 12 and I don't have mommy issues. I just want to be a daddy issue. That's crazy.
I'm not listening to music. I'm listening to Dracula Flow.
Oh, of course you are. Great. I'm so excited for the next week's fucking snaps. I'm so fucking excited.
Pop the whole girl Bronzo Bean. The fuck you mean?
Or Bonzo Bean?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're looking for a lot. 10
No,
nurse
you
hound.
recalled your car. It's no longer at the hangout.
Cobra,
stage.
what's your ideal woman? Well, first
I'm
of
a
all,
perfectly
of
healthy,
age,
100% sane dude.
alive,
You're
cisgendered,
a joke
consenting,
after saying
non-related,
that.
and at least a 4 or
Oh,
above on the
you
good
left me,
looks
Cobra.
scale. Like if she's a 6 on her best day, you know, kind of thing.
Look at this.
Preferably someone who is 21 and up. That's as low as I go.
Is this you,
21.
Shay?
If you watch VTubers, you're not
Just
nosy.
kidding.
We did an 8.
I'm just kidding. Look at this. Yeah, that's me. Preferably a 4 and up. God damn it, he keeps stealing my vehicle!
Who?
You.
Oh, I hit
I was
1,000
literally
after
sitting
I
in
bought
it while
Winnie
you were
Fries
next
at
to it.
Taco because I got
Oh.
spoiled donations after. Hell yeah! Congratulations, Chibi! Knew you were talking about that. Glad you finally
Yippee!
got it. Did I already feed you? Oh, I wanted that. I already did. Now you can buy me a new graphics card.
Bruh.
Just kidding.
Pumpkin's
They still
kink
need to
is
record
people
the
buying
audio.
her things.
No, it's actually my extreme discomfort. It's the opposite of my kink. It makes me incredibly uncomfortable. when People buy me things.
I'm currently under attack.
Unless it's Peas. Peas is the only one I don't feel comfortable buying me things. So I got Yoink to play
Including my
called
girlfriend.
Pyro once. What is that?
sweet dreams.
What is wrong with him?
I wish I changed
I wanna ask that
colors
question.
like a salamander.
We just went through
Is this Dracula
McDonald's
Flow?
drive-through.
No.
Oh.
Oh my god. Multiplayer horror game apparently.
Multiplayer horror game apparently. Ooh. That sounds exciting.
I was hoping you got to see the last one because it's just a video of him and he just says, "I just woke up." It's so
Is it like a
Oh my
Lethal
God.
Company type game? Is it? What is it? There was one that I saw recently that looked really cool. There's a train game that got me excited. That's multiplayer, and it kind of reminded me of the other train game we were playing, but that game kind of like, I'm really sad that game fell
Just
through.
broke
I was
up.
really excited for it. I forget what it was called. But I was really hoping it would be cool. But this train game, you and your friends build a train, and you have to like deliver packages. I think I'm not really sure. I think I liked it or I saved it somewhere on TikTok. I think.
Who is this? Who joined this now?
Peas? Did he come back?
The town's probably public now.
Oh.
No, we still got 37
When I
minutes.
stream horror games, I don't look them up. I mean, that's good.
Does
Because
it?
then it's a surprise.
It doesn't say how much
Because I
time
get
for
scared
me.
easy. And it's more genuine if I don't know what's coming. That was me with Lethal Company. I knew nothing about
Who is
Lethal
this man?
Company. I remember when Lethal Company... I was talking about Lethal Company with my tattoo artist today.
Oh yeah, I see 36 minutes.
I like my tattoo
Who are
artist.
you?
I want to keep them. Her
BTOS?
name is
Oh,
Maddie.
that's
I
a
love
that's a
them.
friend.
I'm going to interrogate them.
They're a chatter. They've been here longer than you.
Probably.
Guaranteed. Promise.
No.
Bro, let me send you a video of a game you gotta play. Yes. I want to eat food. Oh, I should have got broccoli.
Oh, I have broccoli in my
Oh,
fridge.
step.
You can have it if you want.
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna put it in my udon. I want to make udon, but I like to put broccoli in my udon if I don't have.
Get it.
I should have got
Get
broccoli.
it. No, get in the car.
Fuck.
Come back here, get in the car. Get in the car.
Sent the trailer. Okay. Oh god, Matt Watson, I'm in love with. I'm good. I'll listen to it later.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh. What the fuck?
What?
Chibi sent me something of a game I guess I have to play, and the trailer's weird so far.
Ooh, I'm in love.
What the fuck? What the fuck? How is this a game? Grandpa is fucking tonight. Grandpa high on retro. What the fuck? Is that a single player game? What the
You should
fuck
play the
is
Walking Fish 2.
Walking Fish 2. Is that the one where you have to control each appendage?
No, that's Quap.
What did you say to me? Quad?
Quap. Yeah.
That's Quap.
I don't like that.
Obviously, she's never played Quap before.
Oh, co-op?
Quap.
No, Quap.
What the fuck's co-op?
QWOP. Quap.
Bob. I watched Markiplier play I Am Toast and how he needed to go to therapy after that game. That Walking Fish game 2 is bad. It sounds bad.
It's funny.
Oh, I saw on TikTok. I was like, "This is perfect for her," but I just said it on TikTok so you can see it easier. Why do you think that's perfect for me?
We should
Why?
play. We should play Valorant.
What?
We should play Valorant.
Valorant?
What are
We
you
can play
saying
Valorant.
me?
We should play Valorant.
Valorant! Oh, Valorant.
We should
Okay.
play Valorant.
I'm okay
Valorant.
with it. I have no
I could play
alcohol.
Valorant. I have to make money.
Oh, okay.
You can make money tomorrow. You're gonna be on all day tomorrow.
My
You are.
clothing will be gone!
Oh shit, that's right.
Sell your cat.
You can't sell the cat!
Meowdog Hitler.
I know. It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't crucify me. Fuck.
I fucking would crucify you. It'd be funny.
Yeah, because I was saying dumb shit the whole time.
Yeah.
What else can I buy in my shop? Oh, baby, I love the way. Every day. I wanna show you the better way.
Chibi, have you seen my cat? So TikToks are easier to hold your attention. This is true. Here, you see my cat? I don't know. You got that 22-year-old brain. Is that how old you think I am? It's crazy. No, let me see. Did you see him? You didn't see him? Bro, he was right there. Come here. Kitty, 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 kitty. Come here. You see his name? I have a delay, my bad. Look at the kitty. Look at my little kitty. If I could get a little maid outfit for him, that Christ.
Y'all ever prop your hips on a wall and just unload all over yourself?
Yeah.
Oh my
That
god.
sounds like a party. That's
Who
a
are
party.
you?
The worst part is I thought you were talking about shitting your pants. That was the first thing I thought.
Oh my god.
I was like, no, I'm not gonna shit on my wall. I don't want to clean that up.
I can't, dude. It's too long. What's too long? I'm confused.
It's too
No.
What do you mean? Drop your... What? I don't... What? Who the fuck is this guy? That's something Cox would
Micro
say.
for the win? What the fuck?
What if
Yikes.
Spencer got banned and this is his new account?
That's their new account, Shambles. I'm in Shambles.
Joke mode. Oh my god. You just killed Pumpkin.
God bless.
I'm a really funny duo name. I'm in Shambles. I'm Shambles.
That's so stupid.
Because it's funny. Because it's funny. Because normally it's
Yeah.
just a funny username. I'm in Shambles. Ha ha ha. But then you see the other person's name and you go, oh.
Oh my god. Hell yeah, this is my fishing outfit for sure.
That's cute. Put those grippers away.
I put those grippers away. I'm sorry, I put socks on. Oh, those match. Oh, those match. I can't afford, I'm poor, because I bought another plot for my house.
It's a beautiful laugh. It's a Hollywood quality rap.
I'm logging off.
Oh, okay, bye.
No, you have
Think
to
I'll
make money.
Put the future next time.
I have to make
That's fine.
money. Actually, did I ever mention they unlocked the Final Fantasy glamour so you could wear the overall outfit that looks like yours on any class? Oh, you did not. What I wouldn't give to nestle my noggin between some thick thighs.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, brother.
Okay, just laughed
Well,
so hard
hello
I
there.
did. I've peed so much today.
Are you okay?
I hope so. Oh my god. Jesus, go pee. But I gotta make jam.
Sure.
Jam.
Oh, I forgot jam is an option.
Jam is an option.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I like the jam because I can make a lot of them all at once because they don't
There's
burn quickly.
mhm.
But like some of the other ones I have to like cook them one at a time and it sucks. Oh, almost and pray it's not a UTI. I hope I don't have I don't think I have a UTI. I drink too much water to have a UTI. I'm healthy. I'm just fat. And maybe a caffeine addiction. No, I'm fine. I can stop whenever.
I
can make
have
a
no
smoked fish
food.
bagel.
Ugh.
I feel like this is gonna be, yeah, it is.
I gotta go lay down in my house. So hypothetically,
I'm
what's the
gonna die
smallest
in this
PP y'all would find
house.
acceptable?
What method go pee? Stop and go pee, Christ. Wait, what's the question?
Probably
smallest
like
PP?
5, maybe.
Yo. That's crazy, Mashi.
What?
That's like your height.
What? That's not my height. Oh my god.
Now she likes to feel it in her throat. Jesus.
5 inches, not feet. Jesus Christ.
3 feet minimum.
3 feet minimum.
Venom cock, please. Thank you. Who asked this?
Shambles.
Shambles? Is this Cox with an alt account?
I don't know. I don't think.
We can't. We don't have another one of these. This isn't possible.
Really funny.
I mean, I haven't seen Cox yet.
5, that's the smallest.
5?
Well, the average American is now less than 5, so What?
Hi, what is this? Cake? Ow.
Yeah.
Oh,
That be the smallest.
Don't forget the bathtub. Bathtub
I
also gets you
found it. I found it in a bubble.
The buble.
I don't know. I think both of my exes were 5 or more. I'm not
What? Hello.
My tattoo artist was. I asked her one time. It usually gets busy, and she's like, I don't know, 6, maybe 7. And I had to.
This
bite
shit
my
looks
lip.
like the battle pass. Like the
That's
battle
what I'm
pass.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I have so much cheese.
You wanted your cheese. I just wanted my cheese. Have you been seeing those Alan Fortnite TikToks I've been sending you?
No, I have not.
This is-
Cherry looks like she's from Dirty Dogs. Oh God.
Thank you, Albert. Enjoy 50,000 jars of jam.
Jars of cum.
I wish. Could you imagine if you?
Ew,
Just came to a
you
purpose like
wish?
that? Men could do that. Men could do that. Dude, that shit's
Yeah.
free.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
Like,
never mind.
Guys do get paid for that. But, like, they have to be of a peak male, and, well, there's not a lot of those, so I understand.
Not a lot of those at all.
No.
I'm pretty.
Oh, that's a funny shirt. Yoink. Oh,
Okay, I'm just
no,
gonna
I
sell
still
my-
don't have enough money, you guys.
God, why are you so fucking poor? Just kidding.
Because I keep buying things.
Broke ass boy. Broke ass boy. Brokey over here. Get your money up, not your funny up.
Oh my god, this is so cute. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, those are stars. Oh god. Oh lord. Oh. Oh, that one's cute too. That one doesn't. They don't look very slouchy. Oh, that's right. I need those too.
My buddy is asking if I can make it to Riley in the summer. Or- is that what that is?
Oh, Raleigh. Do you live in the same state as I do, TB?
TB?
Maybe?
TB? You don't live in the same state as I do you?
Well, Raleigh's in
We're not.
the one below us.
Yeah, it's the one below us. No, but I used to. Wait, so you live in the one below us?
South? South of us?
Wow, what a small
South?
world, right?
This is weird. I hate that I Crocs. Oh! Oh, I thought those were teddy bears. They're fucking fake ass Adidas. Fuck you. Oh my god, I've already spent all my money, and I didn't even get all the Converse.
Okay,
Used to be in the one below, yeah.
Is no longer.
Is no longer.
Which is good.
Bellows. God damn it, I have to go make more jam.
I have no fucking berries or apples or anything.
I just thought, what do I gotta do?
I'm out of all my... Wait, hold on. Do I have some in my storage? Did I leave some stuff in my storage? I did not.
Need to sell. Maybe I should just... Oh, I could have
Oh
made
my
shiitake.
god, I put all my berries in my storage.
Pussy. That's funny.
Yeah, all my berries are in my pussy.
Which is good. Am I that terrible? No, he's meaning the place where you live is
Betos
terrible. I don't know.
redeemed posture check.
Oh, did you leave already, Zilla?
Yeah.
Oh,
Not update Val.
that's fair. When do you go in tomorrow?
Dairy Queen. Huh?
When do you go in tomorrow?
I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, fuck yeah, we're staying up tonight. Bitches. I'll go drink another energy drink if I have to. I still have to pee.
I love you, Mashion. Sorry, super sorry for joining. Didn't realize you were Live my
What a
goat.
comment, which is
No,
good.
it's
I don't know why
okay.
he hates their. There's nothing specifically wrong with their. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about.
I don't
this area.
care
I
if
have
people join. I just want all my friends to be in the same lobby.
I have my opinion about where I live currently, and I fucking hate this place. Maybe I'd rather be in Mexico. No, I don't. That's a lie. But I still really hate this state.
I'm trying to open my phone, but it doesn't
Oh, I
want
should
to.
look outside.
Well, that's not your phone. That's a huge piece of cream cheese.
Is it pretty bad where you are?
That's why that's happening.
It does that either
Still?
way.
No, but Josh, that's literally a huge piece of cream cheese.
I've made important decisions. Oh yeah?
No, I mean, I don't either, but I'm saying that's not your fault. It's literally a massive piece of cream cheese. I'm not even kidding. It's
Why
literally,
is
I don't even know where you
Head,
I don't even know where you
shoulders,
got
bees
that
and
thing from. That's
toes,
actually
bees
cream
and
cheese.
toes. Head, shoulders, bees and toes, bees and toes. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
I did a huge block of cream cheese. God.
I've decided to be side. Oh, I've decided to be side my loyalty to Pumpkin to keep Zilla as my side piece. Zilla already has enough followers. That's fine. You can have him. I'm good.
I don't.
Unloyal men are solid ick, so that's cool. Thank you for showing your true colors.
Damn. She just called you an ick.
Get icked on.
I like the ones that don't ever respond to me.
Oh my god.
I'm fine. I promise. They're looking at my story, so it's all that matters. Because I'm desperate. I am my own ick. I am my own ick.
You need to do some self-reflecting. The time for reflection is over.
I think I'm healed. Please send me another goth mommy, please. An alt boy with communication issues is what I need. Just kidding. It's the opposite. Oh, this is a fucking pink ass house. Jesus Christ. This house is so pink. It's Barbie pink. Damn, they got so many tomatoes, Mashy.
I need that. It's Gigi, guys! He's here!
But anyways, I'm gonna bounce this 4 a.m. Hell yeah. Go
Okay,
sleep.
good night.
Did you sleep for me? Could you, like, can I siphon your sleep and use it for myself?
Like an energy vampire from that one show.
And you suck it out of there. Maybe. Oh fuck.
I made all the
No,
jam.
Bug, I got you, bitch.
What do you call a kinky pasta? A fettuccine.
Alfredo.
No, fettuccine is funnier.
We call him Fettuccine at work.
You told me that.
Alfredo.
Alfredo. What do we have? What do we do? Jesus.
No fucking shot. I just fucking stumbled upon this. So, do you guys remember the CGI or CDI Zelda?
No.
CGI's
Well,
album.
Zelda, that was CDI.
CDI. No.
Okay, well, there's a character that's like a shopkeeper, and someone spliced up his, like, quotes to make him read the entire Bible. And it's 4 hours long.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's so fucking
Jesus.
funny.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Nope.
Why he scream?
I don't know. You want to play, I think.
Why he scream? Oh, fishy, fishy. Bastard. Fishy, fishy. No. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Fishy, fishy! God. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. God. What a dumbass song to have stuck in my head right now.
So I could change that for you.
No. You don't have any songs that can get stuck in my head. You don't really listen to music that gets stuck in me.
Here, keep this.
And it sucks. So all the music I listen to today is like good, but like none of it's like catchy. It's just like I started making a playlist of songs that are similar to 100 Gex, and I named it High and Over It because I couldn't think of anything else, and I'm pretty proud of that title for that playlist. Ooh, mushroom. And it's funny because I don't even do drugs. Ha 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 ha. I just imagine being high and being very over. Well, I don't have to imagine being over it. That's definitely not something I have to imagine.
These are cute jammies.
Oh, right. I want to change my outfit. Yes.
No,
Oh,
they both
this
cost
is
stars. Oh my. Maybe I
my.
buy the.
Damn. What am I supposed to wear with this? Oh, I know what I'm supposed to probably wear with it. Well, that's cute. Oh my god. Look at her butt. Oh my god, I'm so cute. Okay, take off the fucking
I changed my
hobo gloves.
pajama preset. Do you want to see what my pajamas are? They're really cute.
Take off. What the hell? Where are these?
Just a little shrimp, that's all I will ever be. That I'm happy knowing that I will be okay. Maybe one day something will change. I'm happy with it. It's all I can ever
I love Shrimp Miku.
know that I will it. Maybe one day something will change.
Shrimpaloid.
That's all I will ever be. That I'm happy knowing that I will be alive. Maybe
Cricket.
one day I'll be okay.
Cricket, you're mine.
This is what's on in my car. This is the radio in my car.
I believe it.
The Shrimpaloid Quartet.
I think you said the Shrimpaloid Cartel.
Cartel. Are you at your
Am I
house?
crazy?
Are you at your
Me?
house? Yeah.
No, I'm collecting bugs and mushrooms. And
This is being
pictures
taken
of
away from me.
broadcast pictures of birds. You fucked. Yeah, get fucking wrecked.
Look at my jammies. They're so cute.
Oh, and it's gone. Come on, does that reach you? No.
Hi.
That's you. Yes.
Hi, Cox.
Hi.
Oh, he's here. Oh my God, he would have had a he would have a hoot and a holler with Shambles.
I don't know why.
He, Cox, we found your alter ego.
Why can't you see me? I don't know why.
What's that mean, Pumpkin? What the fuck? No, genuinely, you would have loved this guy. Get fucking caught, you stupid bug.
Hi, TT.
Yo! Fuck ass
Da, 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 da. Bunny.
Gotcha, bitch. I don't think I've taken any pictures of ducks.
Really?
Crazy. I know. I just haven't really. I haven't honestly taken a lot of pictures of ducks.
Hi, Gigi. Hi. Why are you backing up? You wanted my attention. I'm giving you my attention. He's such a brat.
Just like their own. Bugs, that's a bird. Damn. It looks better in the morning. Oh.
Town is
Appreciation needs to be taken away from me. That's all I'm saying.
an anomalocris.
Llama llama.
What is wrong with you? Your humor is so broken.
Gone too soon.
Oh my god.
Nice. I wish I could still collect berries with other fucking gear out. I don't know why I have to either have nothing out or the fucking...
Your axe.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's a pretty butterfly. Ow! Oh my god, I forgot I had a tattoo. Ouch. That hurt.
You're so silly.
Nice. I got a pocket full of bugs. I got a pocket full of bugs. A pocket
Yeah,
is
my
so
fucking YouTube algorithm is gonna be so fucked after this.
I've got a lovely pocket of buggity boos. They all go clickety clackety cloo. Oh, I got a lovely bunch of buggies. Oh, I got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Ha!
Oh!
Are you screaming at me?
Oh.
What is that cake?
Oh.
What is that cake? 2023 cake. Cute. Hi. I'm foraging so I can make jam. Hi, how are ya? Welcome.
Hi, how are ya?
Welcome to Mashimaro's Heartopia stream featuring Pumpkin the Yokai and Conzilla.
I still have to pee.
Go fucking pee! You're worse than I am.
I got a fish.
What is wrong with you? The fish aren't going anywhere.
Wow, I just got a 3-star sea bass. Let's go.
Okay, you can go pee now.
No, there's another fish.
I love that you are 2.5D. Thanks. This is actually a
2.5D's
customizable 2.5D's nuts. This is a customizable model by Isa23. Yes. Honey, what was your Siamese kitty's name?
It was Captain Morgan,
Captain
Dakota,
Morgan?
and Sapphire.
Which one did you love the most?
Captain. He was such
Captain.
a big, fat
What
color.
color eyes did Captain have?
They all had blue eyes. They were all siblings.
Oh, blue? I don't know if I have a blue Siamese. Blue-eyed Siamese.
Yeah, they were all Siamese, black tip on the tail, black paws, and blue eyes.
Oh, I have a
Dakota
puzzle
was
to
blind.
do.
Look it.
So he had funny looking blue eyes.
I think one of them has pink eyes, actually.
Huh?
Pink eye?
Oh, the animals?
Yeah.
Oh, those are red.
Red. And then this one.
Get that one. That's Dakota. He got them funny eyes. He's blind.
Oh, Dakota.
Yeah.
Clingy and sociable. It's a female.
Morgan.
Morgan.
No. No, yeah. Morgan was the little... She was always following everybody. Yeah, the first two was Captain and Morgan. Yeah, Captain Morgan. And then the second letter was Sapphire and Dakota.
So this is Captain.
No, that would be Morgan if it's
Morgan.
How do you know it's female? Does it say? Or?
Yeah, it said. Morgan.
Well, it said sociable and clingy.
Okay, Chichi.
Yeah, and then above that
Oh,
it
did
said
it?
female.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Okay, I gotta go buy cat food now. Oops.
You almost swung at her.
I did swing at her.
Gigi. Hi. Hi.
Hi, Blue. How are you? We're going home to seek Morgan. I think Morgan passed. No, I don't know what happened to Morgan.
You guys hear the sad news today?
I'm doing great. What sad news? It's Morgan.
Catherine O'Hara.
Yes.
You guys know? Yeah, it was sad.
Home
I'm
Alone.
sad. I'm actually sad about this one.
That's
I think of
very-
Beetlejuice.
And Beetlejuice.
And Schitt's Creek.
Yeah. Oh my god,
The
look
reason
at
why it's sad for me is because for a really long time, I didn't know that my memory of what my grandma looked like wasn't very good because I only saw her once a year. But I knew that she had red hair and she was old. And so I thought that Catherine O'Hara in Beetlejuice was my grandma. For like years. And it just didn't occur to me that it wasn't her until I was like, I don't know, 13 or something, where I realized my grandmother's not an actress. Okay, I'm going to pee now.
Oh my god, thank goodness. This game has more of a grip on Pumpkin than it has on me. Doing great, you? I'm doing great. It's my weekend. I have a 3-day weekend. Hold on. What are you doing? Why is this so fast? I hate you.
It's if it was a snake.
That's so stupid. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I like how you apologize before you fucking send it.
Because I hit enter as you were talking to someone, I'm like, I feel bad now. But continue, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a 3-day weekend. I'm very excited. So cute. So cute. He's a little sailor. She's a little sailor. Happy tail when you look at the cat. Yeah, napping, I see. Napping? Feed the kitty. I already fed the kitty. The kitty's full. Okay, I guess I gotta wait to feed her. Oh, yeah, Pumpkin, went pee finally after like an hour or two.
I guess we're never gonna play Val.
We will one day.
Eventually.
I Mm. No, that's too thick. Oops. So I'm trying to make Tuesday's dress from no, is it Carol? Carol's dress. Carol's dress? No, Tuesday's dress. I can't fucking remember. This part has like the red. No, that looks terrible.
That's stupid. It's so stupid. Into your crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie
No,
theater.
that's not what I want. Innerwear. Is this it? I need this part to be black. No, this part's not black. But it's... Let's go to the front part.
No.
That's too big.
Classic.
This is really hard to do. Oh, it's way too big. It needs to be smaller. What does this do?
The cheese tax, the cheese tax. You gotta pay the cheese tax every time you're cooking. When the cheese comes out, this puppy comes looking.
I did it wrong.
The rules and the facts are the facts. And when the cheese drawer opens, you gotta pay the tax. The cheese tax, the cheese tax. Hand it over quick, or things might get ugly. I can get really loud. I'm a really barky puppy. I'm not just asking because I'm looking for snacks. This is really important business, and you gotta pay the tax.
And you gotta pay the tax. Can you do that dance? Yeah. Not on my model, but yeah. What the fuck? Where the fuck is the... How do I reset it? Oh, it's right here.
ma'am. This is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
I see. I'm sleeping. Trying to get my energy back because I gotta go get more bugs and fish. I also got the bulky. Bow, bow, bow.
I wish I knew how to make designs.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to make a design of a dress.
Meshi,
and-
where are you? You should come see my new outfit. I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna show you my new outfit.
Okay. I'm at my house. I got a
I'm trying to
kitty.
climb up a
I
wall.
finally got a kitty.
Nice.
Where's this fucking video?
Meshi. Cute.
You're so pink.
Got baby bloomers on.
Cute. Come up here. Wait, if I can move. I can't move. I can't move. Okay, come up here. This person's still at my house. Mako, why did you AFK at my house?
How do I get up?
Come upstairs.
Oh. Scared. Oh my god, that's so cute. How did you customize your...
You go to your closet and then you go to,
there we
yeah.
go.
Oh my god, look at us. We're so cute. No, you have to face me.
I didn't mean to. How do I fix it? Wait, hold up. Actually, 1 second. Wait. Oh, what? Oh, that's upsetting.
What?
I thought I had something. I didn't. Let's try this again. God, it's fucking bright in here. I'd never be able to sleep in this. Are we twitching in our sleep? That's crazy that they added twitching.
Yeah, that's a weird detail. Hey!
Take a photo of any home or player. Be a stalker.
I want waffle fries.
The thought of Sonic's original design. I want waffle fries.
I want waffle fries.
It's so crazy because they actually had a Sonic cameo of him in Alvin and the Chipmunks.
What? The movie or the...
Wait, was it Alvin and the Chipmunks? No, it wasn't Alvin and the Chipmunks. It was the squirrels. What is it?
What?
Hold on.
Squirrels?
Original Sonic design cameo. No, not Over the Hedge.
Over the Hedge?
Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Dale.
They had a cameo of the original Sonic. They were at like some sort of convention or something, and he was there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was really funny. I'm glad my tail wag makes you happy. It wags faster when I smile. Obviously. Why can't I interact with my kitty?
I don't know. My cat gets fucky wucky all the time.
My kitty got fucky wuckied.
Peas!
Jesus.
Hi, Peas.
Hi.
Hi.
We missed you.
We did.
I don't feel like you guys did.
You're really? You don't think my reaction to you showing up wasn't us missing you? That's crazy.
No, I think that was
guess
just how you reacted.
I'll scream louder next time.
You know, follow your dreams. You do you.
Okay, I will. I think I will do that. Did I show you my new tattoo?
Maybe. I haven't been on Snapchat in a bit.
I don't think I sent it to you because I didn't send it to anybody till I got home.
I see the outline. Or the stencil.
Yeah, the stencil. I'll send it to you in a sec. I guess that's it, but it's black.
Do it for the plot.
Do it for the plot.
I sent you another worm.
Oh, thanks. I love the worm. It's great.
Dude, the worm is so good.
It's so creepy. I hate it.
So I couldn't find the fucking video.
No, I guess I...
Spent the last,
think it needs
I don't
to
even
be-
know how much time fucking with my Star Citizen keybinds, trying to fucking fix shit.
How's it going?
I am about to test it. I think I just need to make a couple more changes, but should be good.
It's hard making clothes.
Okay. Throttle is backwards, up and down is fine, roll is backwards. Okay. Options, control. Joystick, inversion settings, light. Throttle.
Why can't I save this image as a PNG and not a web page?
Version settings. Light. Movement. Roll.
Oh my gosh, is that Coffin Mashy?
Coffin Mashy? Coffin?
Coffin? You fuck ass
Hello, psych.
Fuck ass bird.
Fuck ass bird.
I'm trying to draw a rose. It's not working.
Oh.
Coffin of Andy and Lele, the incest game.
Oh.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
We love incest.
Okay, there's one ending that's incest. It's the not incest. It's the cannibalism game.
Waruna
Ah.
Kubi. I got
Yes,
a black
trending
and
is
white
Mitch's
bumblebee.
favorite. Why'd you have to specify that it was black and white?
Because it wasn't a yellow and black one. And I thought it looked really cool and I was excited.
Yeah, P. Stop being
Oh, all
weird.
bees are just black and white.
Yep.
Wrong direction. Alright, fuck it. I'm crashing this shit. Me driving in oncoming traffic.
Yeah, don't you love it when you drive into oncoming traffic?
It's the best feeling.
Sarah and I saw a guy doing that. We were driving home from a fucking party, and guy was driving down the road in the wrong direction, and like
Oh my God, Wario.
we both gaslit ourselves into thinking like it was just a one-lane road, like one lane one way, one lane the other. But no,
Oh my
it was 2 lanes
God.
one way, 2 lanes the other way.
Crazy.
Sarah was like, was that guy going the wrong way? And I was like, you know, I was thinking that, but I didn't, I gaslit myself into thinking it was just a 1-lane road. Then both of us were like, what the fuck just happened? Fun times.
Fun times. Get
I
this
smacked
fuck-ass
her ass
flamingo.
super fucking hard today.
What?
Nice.
I smacked Sarah's ass really hard today.
Congrats.
I don't know what got into me. I just fucking hit that shit.
I see.
As you should, King.
Just went like unga bunga mode.
What are you doing? I'm locking in, Mr. Freeman.
What?
I'm trying to unlock my iPod, but
excuse me.
stupid phone won't recognize me.
That
But there's
looks
no lock.
too large.
What? Yeah, there's no
Oh
lock
my
system.
God.
You're already on the home screen.
It'll fit, don't worry.
Oh. What type of music you got on here anyway? I can explain.
Just put me on
You
the
don't, guys don't understand
Kinda used to people saying that to
my
me.
struggle. Don't understand my struggle.
What is your struggle? Being 3 inches tall?
Uh-huh. No,
It's
this
like you're
is
so
Tuesday.
short.
This
I
is
already got her. I already called her 5 inches tall today, and then you go and make it 3
Oh,
inches.
shit.
It's so funny.
This
Yeah,
is-
that's why I was laughing because I already made fun of her for her height.
this
We
is
were talking
a
about dick
Tuesday
sizes, and she
from
said-
Carol and Tuesday.
And she was talking about what's acceptable dick sizes, and she said no smaller than 5 inches. I'm like, damn, you like to reach it in your throat, huh? Because she's so short that 5 inches would be a very lot for her.
This is not working out.
True.
Yeah.
What's Carol and Tuesday? It's a show on Netflix, a singing show, an anime.
I think 5 is reasonable.
Dude, I need to commission people to draw me things in this game. It's not like they can, I don't know, draw me clothes.
I hear you, you fuck-ass flamingo. No, you fuck-ass flamingo. Come back.
How the fuck do I make
I meant to
lace?
Oh, God.
Dithering. Dithering Daves.
The boy
No
version
cart.
of Wuthering Waves.
Huh? Yeah.
The boy version of Wuthering Waves.
Yeah,
Dithering Daves.
Dithering Daves.
He left a note. I'ma read that out real quick. This what he wrote. Dear all trick-or-treaters, I'm coming back for that. If I ain't get that butt last year, then this year's getting smashed. I ain't pulling up in no granny
Or
costume.
you could
That
do
shit
the
hard to run
politician
in.
version.
I'm pulling up in a
Dithering
tracksuit and we
Daves.
really gonna
Oh.
get this fun. What the fuck? What that
I am
mean?
streaming, by the way. Just, not that you are
Oh, shit, I'm
wrong.
gonna piss off all your Trump supporters. Fuck.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Sorry. Gosh, I know you really wanted them as viewers.
Oh my god.
We're an inclusive stream. We even accept. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that one.
I was seeing TikToks of people vandalizing the Melania fucking movie posters.
Oh
Crazy.
my god.
I was
You
like,
guys
man, I
hear-
want to go to my local
No,
theater
we're
and
not
see if
talking
they
about
have that.
politics.
Aw.
I was
Guys,
just wondering
this
if you guys saw the
is
TikToks.
terrible. No, I
No,
haven't.
my mom just no. Albert,
Guys, this is absolutely terrible.
are you ready for all of my bugs, Albert? I have so many bugs to give to you.
Bro, he probably
Fuck
eats the
this.
It's actually Zilla. Zilla's actually
Fuck
Albert.
this.
bug.
How do I
Zilla's eating
delete?
bugs.
Mm-hmm.
How do I delete?
He gobbles that shit down like it's fucking chili.
Fuck.
Okay,
Yeah.
to be fair,
To be fair,
the crickets were really good.
Delete.
I
I saw
had the
a
option
video.
Delete.
to eat a cricket and I did.
Heartopia player just followed. But I'm playing
I saw a video of a
Heartopia.
golden retriever on TikTok, and there was a cicada flying into his leg, and he got really annoyed by it, so he just ate it.
Thank you for the posture check.
Fair.
Jesus.
He just started munching and crunching on the fucking cicada,
Protein.
and his paws were like crossed one over the other. Too. He was, like, so nonchalant.
So chill.
about- Yeah, he was so chill.
Devouring.
He's like, man, this is kind of annoying. Chomp chomp.
Why can't I zoom?
Unable to
You
place
gotta put
items
your
in current
arms
area.
behind
I'm
the
gonna cry. Hello.
I can't hear you, sorry.
That's
Heartopia
okay.
player.
I'm not gonna say it again.
That's
It
fine.
wasn't that good of a joke.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Bugs do not give a lot. I'm gonna be real honest. I feel like they're worthless. Like they are not worth my time.
Yeah, it feels like anything other than cooking and
And fishing.
kind of fishing.
She
like
loves
some
fishing.
Yeah.
fish or-
Yeah, but like, I do like fishing, but I was trying to branch out.
Don't stay in your lane.
I guess so, man. Guess so. I just spent all this time catching bugs, and it gave me.
I also would
2,000.
like to watch Carolyn Tuesday again. It's a good show. It's very wholesome. I did want them to kiss, though.
I feel like you want everyone to kiss.
I love love.
Yeah, there it is.
Mm.
I was waiting for that line.
The I love
Yeah,
I
love.
like
Positive view.
K-drama. I like K-dramas because it takes them like 2 seasons to finally kiss.
You like being blue balled for that long?
I do because I think it's really sweet. That's why. Never mind.
I skipped the intros.
Okay.
What?
Someone out there will get that one.
I don't. Okay.
Okay.
It's alright.
My coworker wants to see
guys
Wuthering
don't have to
Waves
get
with
it.
me.
Someone out there.
Is it
Someone out
because,
there.
like, on Netflix, they always skip the intros? Like, I just... I don't understand.
No.
Skip
I
the
don't skip
intro,
the
like
intros on
straight to
Netflix.
sex? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, I go right to the fucking.
Yeah.
That's why I like K-drama.
I hate that I'm not artistically inclined.
My tattoo artist called me an artist today because she was like, "Oh, you made this tattoo. That's really cool. Are you an artist?" I think she was just complimenting me a lot.
I mean, you do draw and shit.
I do draw and shit. You're correct.
You do one of those things a lot more than the other.
That's facts. That's facts. Need water.
Why the fuck am I listening to Weird Charlie Kirk Nightcore version?
What is wrong with you?
I don't know,
I'm
but it
just going
sounds like a
down-
banger.
I'm just going down a deep YouTube rabbit hole right now.
I saw, it was on TikTok. I saw someone do a Cartman impression of Cartman singing "We Are Charlie Kirk."
Oh
It
yeah,
was like
I've seen that.
the most flawless Cartman impression fucking ever. It really made me jealous.
Oh my god. What? Go back. What was that?
Whoa.
Oh, it's like a Wednesday Addams dress. I should really make the...
Wednesday
Suga has
Addams
come to see me.
Tuesdays.
Sugar's here?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my god, this otter is so cute. Oh my god.
Where the fuck is the zipper? How do I customize the zipper? It's like...
Listen to a Japanese.
Okay,
version
whatever.
now.
It's gonna be...
At this point, I've just been going into Heartopia to fucking harvest my crops and do my dailies.
Yeah, same.
I'm trying to make money so I can buy my clothes.
Can't
You
remember
fuck
if I
ass
have
fish.
clothes
You
out
looked at
today.
it.
I don't think it was that great. Both of my oh, actually, you know what? My furniture shop was pretty fire today. I got a golden fridge.
Whoa! You get all the gold stuff.
Yeah, I put my golden fridge in my garage with my golden car.
You fill it up with all your golden beer.
Yeah. The floor is gold. Everything's
Yeah.
gold.
It's very heavy. It's not going anywhere during a hurricane or a tornado.
How do I make buttons?
right.
Hi! Hi, Max!
Circle.
Max.
Max.
Oh, Maxie Waxy. Oh no.
Why is Max waxy?
Why are you
is Max
waxy?
Waxy? Why
Hi,
is
Maxie.
Maxie pads?
Hi, Maxie.
Why is Maxie bad?
Why is Maxie pad? Why is the pad maxed?
Who Max?
Max-
What is wrong with you? Stop!
Max
Stop
got
it!
bad.
Stop that! Both of you, stop that!
Stop.
Wow.
Not the
Actually, hate
coconut
your
buttons.
ideas.
Sorry.
We were having a good time riffing back and forth, and it just got fucking shot in the head.
Yeah.
Treated us like a fucking old horse with a limp.
Yikes. Jesus.
I lovely
Oh,
dog
no.
with homochromia.
My lovely dog with
Your dog's
homophobia.
Yeah, I'm the gay dog.
No, they're afraid of gay people.
You are the gay dog.
I am the gay dog.
Yeah. This is new information.
You're gonna fucking kiss all the girls in Chicago, you freaking.
Yeah! If they'll let me.
God, we better find an Airbnb with really insulated walls. Oh,
Golly. Glad I'm getting my own hotel if I go.
You want to stop teasing us?
I'm not trying to tease you guys.
I know,
This is really
I know.
too far out in the future for me. Like you gotta ask me like.
What do you mean? You're not a planner?
Really? Nah.
Are you excited for tomorrow? Yeah, I'm excited to die in Little Company crowd control.
Ugh.
I'm gonna die so much. I just want to let you know. Your chat's gonna absolutely mutilate us.
Lethal Company.
Crowd control.
I've been talking about
Takes
it
a hit of the cigar.
I missed that game. I missed it. I really enjoyed Lethal Company Hide and Seek. That was like terrifyingly fun.
Oh, those are kind of buttons. Oh, those
I
are
don't
cute.
know who
Big boss.
will do that with me.
No one hears the world.
Everyone around me is pussies.
Has the memory
Well,
gone? Are
shit,
you
you are what you eat, I
feeling
guess.
numb? Go
Guys, how do you draw buttons? Hold on, let me get a reference of a
How do
button.
you draw butts?
Two big old cheeks.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm fucking getting distracted while I'm flying my spaceship.
Oh!
I just hit the
Alan,
fucking sea
we
wall.
are so... I'm sorry, that redeem doesn't work sometimes. The stream
We
player
are
didn't
so
work.
fucked.
Can you refund his points, please?
Dear Captain Kirk. Oh no.
I'm sorry. It's because I didn't launch... Mix it up before
Myself
OBS.
into outer space with no gas mask. No breathing
You're
tank.
still down? Oh, that's why I'm going so slow.
How do I make polka dots?
You just go blop 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 blop.
Wait, that's VTOL. Wait, what?
I bought a Vietnamese coffee. Should I drink it?
I don't know. Is your heart okay?
Yeah, I'm in peak condition. Besides for being really fluffy. What's the fucking ice goes
That's
away? I'm so
terrible.
going to the
That's
gym
terrible.
again.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Okay.
Wow. Okay, I see how it is. Sorry for being too fluffy.
What?
Change?
I was told that thick thighs save lives.
Till someone beats the shit out of you with one.
Yeah? Like a disembodied one, or they just fucking roundhouse kick you to the face?
I think both work. Dual VKB.
Oh, 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 oh,
Am I
oh,
just
oh.
blind?
Oh. Let's see. Okay.
I called a Xander.
You caught a Xander.
I caught a Xander. My fishing proficiency is phenomenal. Oh, I need to go talk to... No, I don't need to talk to Vanya.
Whatever these will have to do.
That is so funny. I was completely kidding that he was Russian. He really is Russian.
He really is Russian,
His name's
yes.
Ivan. I was kidding.
No, he's Russian.
That's really funny. didn't read the little thingy. I just thought you guys weren't questioning me because you just wouldn't. But you, no, I was right. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The fuck is calling me? Who are you? Oh, Sugar. Bugs!
Sugar.
He's calling me. Oh, it's Sugar.
Hey, Sugar. Oh, the pandas. Where's your trough, Panda Man? Panda, 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 panda show.
Did you know you only have to forage the bush once for berry?
Yes.
Oh. But it gives me 3 berries. If I forage.
No, it doesn't. It gives you
What?
branches.
Are you not sure you're talking about trees?
No, the berry bushes are RNG.
Are you kidding me? Hold up.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed 3.
God, please. Berry. Berry. Oh. Wait, hold
Why
on.
are you talking to a platypus?
Because he's intelligent.
It's Perry.
It's Perry the platypus.
Dude, all I see is a regular platypus.
Put the hat on.
Oh, that's crazy.
Holy shit! Perry the platypus came out of nowhere.
Oh, I thought I was foraging this fucker 3 times. I didn't know I just foraged it once.
Pumpkin, are you coming?
What the hell? Yeah, I'm sorry. I got distracted by the berry buses.
So, does anyone know what time the new fucking shit's dropping for Heartopia tomorrow?
What?
Chinatown. I don't know. Chinatown sometime, I guess.
I don't know. It's either coming out tomorrow or on the 1st. So.
Tomorrow, the 31st.
Tomorrow is the 1st?
Tomorrow, the 31st.
Oh, the
Today's-
31st. Yeah, do you know what
Oh
time?
yeah,
Is
it's
it gonna be, like-
today now.
I'm not sure what time.
Dang it, Mashy. You're supposed to know everything about
I know, I should. I could look it
That's okay.
up.
No, I'll figure it out when I log on tomorrow. Sarah's almost killed her Tamagotchi like 3 times.
Oh no, again?
Oh yeah, she was in the Discord yesterday. Did she?
Yeah.
Did she bring that up? I
Yeah, she
forgot.
did.
We were on a call. I called her after work one day, and she's like, "Yeah, my Tamagotchi almost fucking died during work." And then my Tamagotchis have a Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
And she was talking to her mom about how she's such a piece of shit mother. She's got to spend all of her Tama coins on babysitters. And she's like, Pease's Tamagotchis have a fucking Ferris wheel.
Yeah, I love that so much.
Why are there no bugs around here? Am I not in the right area?
They should be around like the trees and the bushes.
I know, I can't find shit.
Just follow the little bubbles that are appearing.
I am. I can't find shit.
Just keep looking.
I can't find them. They're not here.
When in
All the
doubt,
bugs are fucking
under your
gone.
skin.
There's a bug. Goddamn. Where my skin?
You have bug bubbles on you that highlight the bugs.
They're under my tattoos. I should scratch them to get them out.
True.
Apollo. don't care. I'm trying to catch bugs right now. Don't talk to me.
Don't your fingers
What the
look like
fuck?
they
I found more
red?
bugs here when I wasn't doing a fucking event. Oh my god.
They're mostly at the start for me.
Got you, fuck ass cricket.
Maybe it's because my bug catching level was like really low, but every time I do that bug catching event, I swear I only see the same.
You have? Oh yeah, I do too. A lot of the same butterflies.
Oh
Yeah,
baby,
it's
that
like
was almost a
butterflies and then
triple.
grasshoppers, and
Mhm.
that feels like it's about it.
Yeah, that's because of your level.
Oh,
Yeah,
bitch,
good, I guess.
tell me I fucking piece of shit.
No, I mean you're very limited to the bugs you can catch when you're low level.
Yeah, I'm just fucking around with you.
Yeah,
It's bad. He's a bad
I'm just
bug
yanking your chain.
yanking my penis.
I wish. God, that'd be so cool.
You and Shizzle both.
Okay, you have to go to the middle of the onsen.
Fucking told you I wasn't in the goddamn area, you fucking liar.
You calling me a liar?
No, I'm calling Mashy a liar.
I ain't calling you a truther.
I ain't calling you a truth. Damn.
The
What a
winter
reference.
frost season prep phase runs from January 4th to January 24th to January
Drake and Josh
31st
was a
at
banger show.
5:59
Yeah.
server time.
I'm sorry, you said 12:59 server time?
5:59 server time.
Oh, 5:59. What the fuck is server time?
It's the time in our phone or in our Apple Watch, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Got it. Hanger request completed.
Donde está bug?
Donde está bug? I'm just gonna throw my bubbles everywhere. Get bubbles on everything.
Get bubbled, idiot.
Get bubble residue on you.
I like that. I like that bug. That one's pretty.
I got a blue one.
I'm hungry. I have nothing to eat. Oh no.
Oh no. I don't have anything for you to eat
Can I eat
either.
this fish raw? Fuck. I have nothing to eat. Apple.
Apple.
Aren't you glad I didn't say banana?
Orange.
We already caught 50.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep catching. Keep catching. Gonna feed this fucker.
Feed the cappies.
I fed him.
Oh, I don't. What do they like? Do you know what they like?
I don't know. I just put a mandarin and some grass in there. Maybe it'll make it happy. I don't fucking know. Be fucking grateful I gave him a mandarin and some oranges. Lazy fucks.
Zoom in, please. Oh my gosh, you're fucking annoying. Landing, docking. Veto. He did.
Oh!
Why did he change that?
Baby, a triple. Just kidding. It was just a double. I almost had a triple earlier.
I think you get an achievement if you do 3 at a time.
Triple.
Oh man, I almost had a triple. That's really upsetting. here, you fuck ass cricket.
Oh, Max, if you're still here, did you ever figure out why that mod wasn't working?
Key bindings. Flight. Or no. Yeah, flight. Movement.
You triggered the mysterious ruins. Nice. Where's the mysterious ruins?
Follow the marker. It's like
The yellow brick
80
road.
meters away.
The yellow brick road.
I got stuck in a geyser.
Oh no. How did I not get that fuck ass cricket? Come here. Gotcha. Gotcha, you little feck. Oh my god! Ow! Fuck. Oh. More bugs.
More bugs.
More bugs. Damn. Damn.
Capybara.
No way, it just fucking disappeared. Oh my god.
Look at him.
So cute. So cute. So cute. I missed out on a pink cricket. I'm upset.
Server error, please wait. Oh, let's fucking go.
What?
In Star Citizen, there's a fucking server error, so now I have to wait fucking a minute.
Are you getting better at catching bugs, Pumpkin?
Yeah.
That's good.
They get right up on their fucking ass. Oh! A triple!
Yay!
That's crazy.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Ooh, baby, a triple. And two of them
That's
are
it.
crickets.
Wow. Balls. Absolutely balls. Ooh, 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 bitch. Ooh, ooh, come here. Ooh, come here. Fucking failed at life. I failed at life.
What happened? Are we moving?
No, we're still catching bugs.
Okay, cool. So that's engine powered on.
What?
Greedy insect.
Damn.
They called you an insect.
That's pretty fucked.
I know.
Oh,
Ooh, that's
I
a
pooped
pretty
weekly.
postcard.
Oh, title. Triple catch. Triple catch? Hell yeah. I'm not just a regular catch. I'm a triple catch.
Woohoo!
Oof.
Hold on.
You done?
I'm taking Sugar to the bug guy.
Mm.
Because she's on iPad.
Oh,
Are you
you're
done?
just dragging her along.
I'm driving her, yeah.
Just hold hands.
It takes too
Better to
long.
be on iPad than MaxiPad, right?
Mm, sure, buddy.
That's pretty good.
Insect harvester. Catch 3 insects with a single insect catching bubble. Let's go. I'm so
I thought it was a good
good.
pullback.
I thought it was grand. I liked it. Please don't worry.
Mashi really doesn't like it.
No. She didn't. Just kinda didn't. Why do I have a little notification in my friends list? What does that mean?
Someone might have added you, maybe.
But it's not there. It's.
I don't know. The
I don't
game's fucking UI just kind of bugs out sometimes.
Bugs.
Wow. Laugh at that, but not the MaxiPad.
Oh, I did not really catch that many bugs. 6, 7, 6, 7. That's really funny. I got
What?
6.
God, I'm so glad
Dude,
I
I
bought
got
a shotgun.
I got the same butterfly, but a 2-star and a 1-star. I got 6 2-star of this Apollo moth, and then I got 7 1-star of the Apollo moth. So it's just a
You got a
6, 7.
fucking Apollo moth?
I have 15 of them. No.
Holy shit.
It's a lot of Apollo moths.
13. I have 13 Apollo moths. Why? Don't. It's not that important. Don't make it sound important. Fuck you, please. No, but I have.
I don't have any.
Katydids.
Katydids?
Katydids?
What
Crickets!
did the cat do?
The cat did nothing.
Why'd you say catty did?
Catty did. Kitty did. Kitty did.
Yeah, most of my jokes are.
Yeah, they are actually.
They get the
Whose
laughs
house is
somehow, though.
this?
Fuck what I pull from
This
my
is so
website.
cute. Oh my god, they have a little restaurant. This is so cute.
Can I assume
Who
that
are
the
you?
job for the Gilded Acorn
Oh.
Acorn expeditions are limited to just what's available right now, and then they will all reset when we get new stuff? Or can we keep these draws for like the next one?
I have no idea, actually.
Oh, that's cute.
That's a really good question, though. I feel like they would transfer over because you can buy them with hearts.
What happened? Oh, sorry, I spaced out.
The polls.
The polls?
If the currency will remain the same for like the next drop.
No.
Or if we should spend it on what's there. We should spend it?
No, the currency will stay the same.
So like won't reset, so I can keep my currency for the next drop.
Yeah.
Or like a new set.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I got what I wanted out of it, so.
I didn't get what I
I'm so
wanted.
excited
I'm
to
very
see the new
sad.
shit. I'm gonna put another fucking $100 in this game.
Yo, that's crazy.
I really wanted this hair, and
crazy.
I can't. I can't.
Gotta put my gardening gear on.
Well, time to buy pulls so you can get the hair.
I need 21 of these stupid exhibition passes to pull another.
So what's that, like? A couple hundred hearts?
Yeah.
Oh, those aren't done yet? What the fuck? Yes, they are.
So 21 is 210 hearts. And it's not even guaranteed that I'll actually get the hair that I want.
How many things in the thing do you have already?
How many things? I have this 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that'll get expensive quick if you don't get it.
Yeah.
I know it like defeats the point of the gacha, but it sucks that you can't just like buy like the thing you want.
Yeah, it does. I really like how you can make it all blonde. And this blonde
they'll
and
have
blue
better
is
hair
really
in the
pretty.
upcoming one.
I'm sure. I really want the hair in the one you showed me. It's so cute. Morgan, my Morgan kitty. Oh no. My kitty's glitched. I can't interact with her.
Mine was doing that today too.
The cat likes to get stuck in the stairs. I don't know if this regular cat shenanigans, but it's quite annoying.
Regular cat shenanigans.
Shenanigans. That's a bar over here.
I saw that. Isn't it cute?
The bar?
Like the little restaurant. Like someone made a little restaurant in their house.
I think Pease was talking about like a real restaurant.
Yeah, I
a
was
real
talking
bar.
about like the place I live.
Oh, I thought you were talking in game.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's so
Like,
funny. My
Isn't
brain's
it
not
so
working.
cute? The bar?
The
I was
bar?
like, what? It's a
What?
pretty fucking divey bar.
Adorable.
So cute.
Man, she wants to get trashed at the local dive bar, apparently.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to go to Chicago.
And by get trashed, I mean have one drink.
Crazy. I'm gonna put no stop. Oh.
Stop it, Ron.
Stop. What do I do with these fuck ass snowballs?
You eventually will get ice sculpting or snow sculpting.
Great.
And tomorrow probably we'll get the bench for it.
Ah.
Oh yeah, from those Frost quests or whatever.
Yeah.
need more quests to do.
I do too. I'm running out of things to do. I like having little quests.
I don't have anything else to do. Like, it's like, just get enough money to buy the things I want, and then once I have the things I want, like, what do I do then? Just...
Yeah. This house is really cute.
I think I'm gonna die in this house.
Sorry. I like your house. I didn't mean to snoop.
What do you mean? We were snooping in people's houses yesterday.
I know we were. It's pretty funny.
Like, oh, look at this.
This is not fitting my aesthetic, but I don't want to get rid of it. This was actually really funny. I want to know why I like this.
Literally walk
Ooh,
in.
my grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the wall.
What are you saying?
It was smaller by half by the old man himself, but it weighed not a penny weight more.
What are you doing?
What do you got against my singing?
That's not the singing.
What do you mean?
Creepy ass song.
What do you mean? That's what it's a song from choir from when I was like in 3rd grade.
That's even creepier.
Why is it creepy?
There's something shifty about that clock.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
That
It's
clock
a
is.
perfectly fine house.
that
House clock. I really hate decorating with a bunch of random shit I don't know what to do with. The fuck? I can't even like plant. Oh my god, this is so fucked and stupid. I can't even put this shit up. This is dumb. I can't eat these fuck ass mushrooms and I can't even place them down. I can't. Bitch, I'm gonna sell them. I'm selling everything I don't like. I hate these pink boats. I hate these fucking pink chairs. I hate this pink plant. I hate this fucking kettle. I hate this fucking. I hate this. Hate all of it. It's all ugly and I don't want it in my house. It doesn't fit the theme. But it sucks because I have like these fuck ass pink. Maybe I should like make a pink bear corner. Ugh, god, nothing matches.
Ready, set, go.
Put this fucking puzzle piece down, I guess. Whoever wants to fucking work on a puzzle in my goddamn house, I guess.
My shit done growing yet?
I have all these flowers that I can't plant because I just don't have enough. Fuck.
I'm gonna try to log out and log back in.
You do that. You try super hard. I believe in you. Ooh, what's that?
Yeah.
Ooh. I know that pretty white girl, always thinking about her. And when she says hi to me, butterflies
Go away through me. And when I see her dancing.
When I eat butterflies, they also go right through me.
Why are you eating butterflies?
'Cause this is Don't Starve, and I really need to eat something.
You can't just eat the butterfly, you gotta turn it into a cupcake.
Well, guess what? Somebody burnt the fucking base down, and I can't.
Yeah, the lightning.
Oh yeah, sure, blame the lightning. Goddamn.
The The fucking
Always
lightning.
The fucking lightning's fault.
Lightning do be fucking.
There's
things
a
up.
ferret in my house. Hey. It's so funny since I have like grass in my house, random things will just spawn inside my house. Oh, I'm cuddling a ferret in my house. This is the best day of my life.
I kind of want my Cheetos.
Flaming hot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I prefer the jalapeno.
Nah.
You fuck ass cat is stuck inside of my fucking house.
Where'd my cat go?
Y'all, my cat is literally in the attic. I do not have an attic.
I do not have an attic.
I hear him meowing too. He just
Oh my gosh, that's fucked up. He's checking the attic. That's fucked up.
What?
What's your cat's name?
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You get it now?
He's checking the attic. No, hide.
That's why he keeps getting stuck in weird places.
He's just looking around.
He's just sniffing out. Oh no. See, I'm sorry. The attic is not the first thing I think of because Inglourious Bastards makes me think about the floorboards underneath the house. That's the first thing I think of when I think of that scenario. Oh wow! Oh,
That's crazy that instead of thinking about like the person who wrote like the most famous book about that time.
Yeah, but I watched Inglourious Bastards more than I read her book.
I mean, I feel like you really only have to read the book one time.
Yeah, be real honest. I would hate to be a teenage girl trapped with a boy in an attic, and he doesn't like me back, and you have to write about it. Like, that whole scenario sucks so bad. Between, I'm being hunted for sport, and also, there's this cute boy, but, it's awkward. And, yeah. I haven't taken a shower in 50 years.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Alright, well, on that note, I'm gonna fucking go to bed.
He's still in the attic! I
Good
can't
night.
Get out. I can't get him. I can't get my cat.
Oh, I gotta do an ada. There you go, Shade. There's your ara.
There you go, Shade.
Good night, Greg.
Good night. Ada.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening to fucking gnome music.
That's real. I've been there.
You just gotta do
real.
it.
Bro's in the fucking flow state right now.
Oh my god.
Oh, good night, peas.
Good night.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Where's my kitty? They have the wig I want. How
This
dare.
ferret is more of a pet to me than my own cat.
Right.
He's just chilling in my house. Awesome. Here, I'll feed you.
Literally, the game doesn't even know where the fuck my cat is. It can't even track it. My dog is not existing either. I don't know where my animals are.
Oh, you're so cute. Well, I can't even get the cat to come to me because I can't interact with it to grow a bond with it. So, like, I don't know.
Well, my animals are gone. Wait, is that Blorfus? No, that's not Blorfus.
Actually, I literally have a pet ferret in my house.
That's so cute.
No, it's the best day ever. Copy. I can make grilled oyster.
Ooh!
Yeah?
Ooh!
Actually, me right now.
Gnome.
I'm listening to that fucking gnome music. I'm becoming one with the gnomes.
Crazy. What if we all just dressed up like garden gnomes for Halloween?
Yeah.
That'd be really funny for OGP, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that would be.
That'd be
But you're
really
not.
funny.
Well, Riley and Ryan can't.
They could be wizards.
Yeah, they
What
can't
if
be
we
gnomes.
all dress as fucking hobbits and Ryan and Riley dress up as wizards?
Oh, there's my cat. I
Okay,
found
I guess
her.
they could just be humans. They could be whatever they want. They just have to be the tall ones.
Is your cat on your roof?
Yeah. I don't know how
Mine's
to
in my fucking attic.
How the hell did he get up there?
I don't know. I can't even get up there. Morgan, get down. And Blorfus! Oh my god, Blorfus just popped up out of nowhere.
That's so fucking funny.
God, the cat like barely eats. Blorfus is already like starving.
Like, the only thing, like, saving me is the fact that other people are feeding my animals. Fuck.
Giving Morgan a bath on the roof.
The cat's a wizard.
Ah! Ah!
Oh, this ferret's playing in my house. He's rolling around on the floor. He's being all goofy. He got the zoomies. Oh my god.
I wish bathing a cat
What's
was
it
this
called
easy.
when rabbits are really excited and they're just hopping around?
They need to make a feature where we can recall our animals.
Yeah, when they're fucking stuck.
Yeah.
Can you just go into build mode and leave build mode and reset their position?
No, I tried that.
Mine got stuck in the fish tank, and I moved the fish tank, and he was still stuck. Just in that spot.
That's funny.
Jill, you should come look at my pet ferret.
I can just pull up your stream.
You can do that too. Whatever. I see how it is.
That's got nothing else to do. See him, he's cute.
What's it called when rabbits do that thing where they're really excited? There's a rabbit in my house!
When they fucking, like,
Go
thump on the
crazy.
floor.
No, that's when they're angry. There's a name for when bunnies get really excited and they get the zoomies. It's like the zoomies for rabbits, but it has a name. Fuck, Alex.
Are we gonna play Valorant?
Yeah, let me... Yeah.
It's got an update, just so you guys are aware. Ooh, this is a banger.
I think I'm gonna end stream and
That sounds like a good plan. I probably will too. I can barely keep my eyes open.
I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Rest well. Thank you. It was good seeing you, Blue. Okay. Go.
Oh my god, suddenly my fucking game just got really loud and I turned my OBS off. The hell?
Okay, go see
so
Shadow.
fucking-
She's playing Minecraft.
It's gonna force me to restart my computer. I'll be back.
Alright.